When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me, shape-shifting in the night, stalking you. Does my face seem familiar? Does my back tell you more? Will I change you or will it end you? And the power that I have could give you eternal life. Death doesn't know me. I've become eternal. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me, where the mist, she follows me. I walk alone in the night, watching you, following you, leading on you through the night. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me. Oh, your life, I was still. I become the living dead. I own the darkness and no heartbeats inside of me. I become eternal. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me. To open
Welcome, everyone, to Paranormal Roundtable. It's Easter Sunday. I hope you guys had a good, happy Easter. I know I did. All I did was just rest and pray. Did some praying, and I did some... Sounds funny to say this, but I'll come out and say it. I did a lot of denying temptation. Put it that way. Some people aggravated me, and I was tempted to say things, and I didn't do it. And it was like all day the devil's just like, you know what, we're gonna mess with you. We're gonna make you. You're gonna do something. And I'm not one of those people that thinks like, oh, this is a special day so that I have to not sin and do this and do that. I think every day belongs to God, belongs to Christ. This day is just when we observe, and people go, well, I'm going to go to church. I had a bunch of people telling me they went to church today. That's good. I'm glad you went to church. If you feel comfortable in that particular church, keep going. Is it giving you the message you need? That's what's important. I don't really have a dog in that fight. I gave up on organized religion long ago. Bless. In this country, it's definitely been... Bless. It's been hijacked. You need to go blow your nose or something? You got a lot of allergies going on today. I heard you earlier. Do we have tissues? Maybe we could have some brought up here. Might help. Oh boy. So man, we got a lot to talk. I don't even know where to begin, dude. We have so much. So I was given a message sort of at the last 11th hour, and I was going to talk about that story too, because I felt kind of like there might have been something behind it. But here's the odd thing. When I got to talking to these people yesterday and going over their encounter more in depth, I spent about an hour, it's just like, it's one of those things where I don't... Like, it led me to think that maybe this is a reason why this ended up being told today, because we were going to retell this one on Wednesday, and then we pushed it back. I said, let's do it on Sunday, and then we had our guest cancel on us like at night, like 11 p.m. or something, Saturday or Thursday night, and I'm just like, okay, we'll just do what we do. And yeah, sometimes I just feel like I need to be talking instead of having a guest, and I kind of felt like that, and then it happened. So I guess it was meant to be. And you also kind of get a feel for people, too, like when things like that happen, and when somebody just tells you, "Oh, I completely forgot. Sorry, not going to do it." That's not what he did, but that's what this other guy did. And I thought that was just like completely... That person just, I never invite them on the show again. Never. But this person is a friend of mine, but it's just, it was just the way it went down. I was just like, yeah, well, so let's just move on from that. So I'm going to move on. And I just thought, well, it kind of sucks. What are we going to do? But the stuff I was going to talk about on Sunday ended up being talked about on Friday. And then we thought about it, and I was like, well, we still have this other person's story. And I didn't really know how it ended. That was the crazy thing. Me and Anthony talked about it last night. We were on patrol. I was like, how does this end? Yeah. And so it was weird, because I was like, well, maybe they're still up, but they're on Eastern time. Mm-hmm. Right? This was late. So I just messaged, and I figured it was a shot in the dark. And I was like, instead of just telling the encounters, because she said that there was a pretty dramatic thing that happened to her, and so I thought, well, I think it's probably important that we find out what that was, instead of just telling some encounters that happened to him at this house. Shocking. Very shocking. And then the fact that they were able to talk to us, I mean, I will say this: the situation there is not over. Like they are still battling whatever it is, but they won a major victory over, I think, the main component. I think that there is a residual there that's going on, because a lot of times when these beings do what they do, they don't just bring themselves, they drag friends along. They roam in packs. They roam in packs. They may seem like they're an individual, but they're not. Here's another weird thing. And I'm going to explain this to you guys too. It's going to be, we're going to get 300 people in here pretty soon. So these beings also, they do these things where, like, this is something that that I've encountered, and I've heard a lot of people talk about over the years. They will see an entity, and they will see another entity or another entity, and they all look identical. And you're like, what is that? Well, you ever gone to school with twins? When I was in high school, there were 2 sets of twins. And both I went to 4 different places, but both of the schools I spent the most time at, there were 2 sets of twins.
Oh, yeah, me too. I had 2 sets.
Yeah, and they would play tricks. They would like to be like, there's one of them that I played that I wrestled with, and his name was David. And I knew a couple times that was not David, because I would talk about, our workout. I was like, we're gonna do the same thing this week. We're gonna do. And he didn't know what I was talking about. And I said, man, come on, dude. Are y'all serious for real? He goes, man, I'll tell nobody. It's David and Dennis. I said, Denny, come on, man. Don't do this. Don't do this, man. Because I know y'all they look and they, sometimes one twin will be quite a bit bigger. If you notice that, there'll be one, typically the one born first, for whatever reason, is bigger. Well, there's a reason, but I'm not gonna get into the whole semantics of it. And these guys were not very far off in size. They were almost the same size, and they worked out all the time. So they're both real muscular dudes. And they were pretty big brothers, man. I'm telling you. And so I told Dennis, man, come on, man. You can do this right now? Because I know, because he's like, well, he's hurt. My brother's hurt. So you want me to tell anybody? Right? I said, but he goes, my bench is like maybe 10 pounds more than his at this point. He goes, nobody's going to notice when we lift today. I'll be stronger. I said, yeah. But then when he comes back, he's going to be expected to be, 10 to 15 pounds stronger.
Yeah.
And so this guy was not a wrestler. Played football, did shot put and discus. I did shot put and discus. But he was not a wrestler. So he was trying to get me to be his partner and tell him what David. I was like, David's a very good wrestler. This guy actually boxed with me, Dennis. And I was like, Dennis I said, dude, you're really, y'all are goofing around over here, bro, for real. That's not cool. So, but he was a boxer and his brother was a wrestler. I thought that was pretty cool. And then years later, they were in the fight scene for a little while, and they went to Chief and them's Arash gym for a little bit. One of them did. And I asked him, I was like, which one are you? Because, and it was actually, I thought it was going to be Dennis boxing, but it was David. He said, I want to learn some stand-up. And so that's what I'm here for. My brother's actually doing jiu-jitsu. And at that time, he was learning with a guy that I had known for years and years and years. A guy named Rodney. Y'all know who he is. And he's a great jiu-jitsu, whatever. I mean, he was in the Pete Militich camp for a long time. That was the Militich system, whatever. Shout out to him. He's a great, his name is Rodney Solis guy. It was an awesome, I met him when I was in ACC. We were going to school together. And he's a kickboxer, jiu-jitsu, everything. Pretty tough guy. But I'm pretty sure that's who his brother was training with. I may be mistaken, but I think that was him. So these guys had been around for a while, and I'd see them downtown, and I didn't know which one was which. And they like to play games, so you don't know. Eventually, I got to tell them apart in the 90s because the late 90s, what's his name? Dennis always had short hair. And his brother had sort of longer hair, he had it kind of, and you know how when black people, they uncurl their hair and it gets kind of, his hair was nice. He had nice hair. But I told him once he uncurled it, and it was he had this kind of natural curls to it, whatever. And I knew later on when they both had their hair like that, which is, because I've known them for years. So I saw them one day together. It was 2002 or something. And I could tell y'all apart. They're like, how? So I went like that. I went to touch David's hair, and he freaking freaked out. Said, I know you're David, because he had this thing where he didn't want anybody touching his hair. So when he would wrestle, he had to put it up, so nobody would touch it and grab it, whatever. And if that do-rag came off, he would flip out. I told him, man, I know it's you, bro. That's how you can tell. Thing is, those are people. Those aren't demons. Those aren't entities. They're people. And they behave and act like people, right? They have the proclivities of people. Demons don't. Demons have the proclivities of what? Demons. And they have siblings. They have whole batches. And they're born the way that they're born. People don't even realize they're born. Did you know that? They're born. And what's even crazier is that humans can act as a host to the birth of a demon. Did you know that? And even men. The only way a man's ever, huh?
Oh, it's like a parasitic birth.
The only way a man's ever going to give birth is if he's giving birth to a demon. That sounds completely weird, strange, whatever, but that's the truth. And this is something I want to tell people. They act like, like I said about Easter, they act like it's one day a year you're supposed to just go and behave. And then they go back to Mass or whatever it is, Christmas Eve. I was forced to go to Mass Christmas Eve for years. I'm not Catholic, although I do observe the Saint Benedict as a very powerful symbol. Because, can you give us the words in Latin? We'll read it in Latin and then in English so people will know what this is.
Yeah.
You don't have to memorize it from your memory. Just look it up so you can make sure
Yeah.
Because pronunciation is like not always my strong suit. I try
see if I can if I can do it from memory without looking at my phone.
Yeah, but can you pronounce it correctly? I want to be able to people to.
Yeah.
Okay, and how it's spelled too. Is there a way to? There's no way to just do it on the deal, is there?
Can you just bring it up on the screen?
Yeah. I can get behind the computer and just put it on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna pull it up.
Well, I guess it's just me here.
So let's see. All right, so let me get this on the screen. Let me see. Present, share screen. I guess. I don't really do this often, so I'm hoping that it works right. Okay, so let's get this here. All right, so this is what it is in Latin, and this is what it translates to. So it's pronounced crux sacra sit mihi lux. Now there's a H right here, but like in ecclesiastical Latin, you pronounce the H's like if they're in between an I, then you pronounce it like a K. And the church uses ecclesiastical Latin, but I mean it doesn't really matter. It's just it's the intention behind it. So it's crux sacra sit mihi lux.
Nunquam Draco.
Nunquam Draco sit mihi dux, which is the holy cross. May the holy cross be my light. Let not the dragon be my guide. Vade retro satana. Nunquam suade mihi vana. Sunt malaque libas ipse venena bibas. Means like be gone, Satan, or get behind me, Satan. Never tempt me with your vanities, or never suggest vanities to me. Evil are the things you pour. Drink your own poison. Yeah.
So that is the Saint Benedict. So you guys understand. So one of the things that I think tonight's stories I need to emphasize is that talking to them last night, it was pretty late. It was toward the end of my night. We started at late 3 something. We've been Their time, though, here's the thing. It would have been 4 something. And she was up. She's like, I can't sleep. I've had insomnia. So it was like amazing that we were able to. And I think there was a reason everything fell into place the way it did. I really do. When she got up, made a little bit of coffee and said, yeah, I guess this is important. Let me finish telling you everything, like the whole story. Now, I don't have time to sit here and tell you everything that I've gone over the last, however long it's been. I've talked to these people. But I can tell you this much. The story is not just about these entities, because it's about redemption. It's about everything to me that Christ, what he did today. And it was not planned. It wasn't. This was not set up to where, hey, I'm going to do this Easter show and it's going to be all like, it's going to fit about what we're talking about. That was not the plan at all. The plan was just to do a story tonight. And I was going to talk separately after the show about the resurrection in Christ. And if you go to John 11, I was going to talk about that. You know what John 11 is? About Lazarus. And explain that, because somebody had asked me once about, well, not once, a couple times, people have asked me about Jesus not being in a big hurry and Lazarus having been deceased for like 4 days by the time he got there. And I was like, because it really didn't matter, because Jesus was going to bring him back. And then he went on to live another 30 years after Christ's crucifixion. I'm convinced too that Jesus didn't just hang out for a couple days in the area of the Levant. I think he took off and was doing other things. The Japanese have a story that Jesus eventually, this was after, like he had visited them, and then he left, and then he returned after the resurrection, and eventually, according to them, he stayed there. They have a legend of this. Not even joking. They even have a grave where he supposedly eventually passed. And he was a transcendent being, so he could come and go, you know what I mean? But he chose to stay in this peaceful area of Japan that he had been to years before. There's a whole story about it. I'm not even joking. I've read Jesus in Japan, all these different legend stories, whatever. We could get into a whole thing about that. I mean, it could go on and on and on. And Brittany says, the story of Lazarus is one of my favorites. It's one first learned from my dad and granny. Yeah, and that's a good one. I gave a little sermon at my mother's funeral, and it centered around Lazarus. Especially when, you're reading it and it's, the words, it basically says, death, you have no sting because Christ has redeemed me, So Jesus, it's one of the miracles that even Islam says that Jesus did. It's in Islam, believe it or not. Christ is, Mel Gibson is a madman. Why is that? Why? Tell us, Garrett Bramson, why he's a madman. What do you think? Give us your reasoning for just blurting something like that out. I'll tell you why a lot of people, I'm not saying that you believe this, but I'll tell you why a lot of people think he's a madman. Do you know why? Because he speaks out against Hollywood establishment. That's why a lot of people think that. Mm-hmm. Because he says things that don't agree with the norm. Do you know how bad they protested
Passion of the Christ?
Passion of the Christ. Yeah. The Jewish community was up in arms. They were absolutely determined. Now, this one goes for Anton Ordonez. You said you're going to come on tomorrow, and I hope you come on tomorrow and explain to me that the Ishtar thing. And I already know what that is and why that is, but Easter is not named after Ishtar. It's named after Yestra, which is basically Easter. I'm telling you the truth. It's named after Yestra. Now, That's another fertility goddess, though. So you're really arguing semantics. You're arguing like, the minutia. But that's the truth, man. And it was the actual, we had this little thing, me and you, friendly. Wasn't no argument. But the exchange, you brought another guy in who started talking about how there was no proof that the Jews ever worshipped this. I didn't say that. That was not I never said that. And I said that in that
You
thread.
never made that claim.
Never said that. What I say and what I stand by is that they put the Passover during the spring equinox, following a lunar calendar. And that is why Jesus was taken by them. You realize that the Romans did not come and take Jesus. Do you know who came and arrested him? And do you know that in the Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson made it very clear. He pointed out that that was not a Roman soldier whose ear was cut from his face. As much as they've tried to cajole and change and lie about the Bible and change it around, and they have changed it around, and they've deceived millions of people. The truth is the truth. Those were Jewish soldiers. They were sent there by the local Jewish constabulary to come and take him. They came and arrested him. The Pharisees had him brought in, and he was beaten nearly to death at that point already. And then the Romans came because someone went and got the Romans and told them what was going on. And it was basically frontier justice, what do you call it?
Vigilantes.
Vigilantes. And they took him in. And then they had a guy, a praetor, I forgot what they call him. He's the guy that's underneath the governor, and he was like called in, like, why is he being woken in the middle of the night? I'm sure he's not happy. And he's like, why am I being woken up for this Jewish guy or whatever? And the Jews were like, he's not a Jew. He's a Galilean. And he's like, great, now I'm going to go back to bed. And they're like, but you don't understand. Hey, this guy, he says he's the Son of God. We don't like him. He doesn't do what we do. He doesn't eat the bagels and the waka fish.
He's saying the bad things.
Yeah. He's dancing with the shaking of the tukas, and they're like, what? And they're like, well, that part we made up, but everything else is true. He claims he's the Son of God. He's not one of us. Doesn't eat the hagafaga and the gefilte fish. Whatever. He's taking food and he's breaking it up, and he's giving it to 1,000 people, and it's only 2 fish. We're going to go out of business if this guy. Keep it up. He's going into the temple with a whip. He's smacking, and Joe Goldberg got his eye put out. Well, sort of. I charged him $10.99 to get it looked at, but still, it could have been hurt. It could have been bad. Why? This guy, you need to do something, or we're going to do something. And the Romans are like, wow. So you wake me up out of bed to deal with this guy. Well, as the Talmud says, I'm like, I don't give a shit what he says, right? You wake me up out of bed to deal with some guy. And the Roman soldiers are like, yeah, we'll beat him up. We'll beat up any of y'all. We get the chance. We will beat you to death because we hate you. In fact, it was the #1 most hated region, Palestine. It was called Palestine back then. It was not Israel. Everybody says it was Israel. No, it wasn't. Read a book. Read a real book. Not the news. So what do? He says, look, we're going to do something bad to this guy for you. But you got to do us a favor. You got to shut that beep up. Stop causing problems. Can't stand you people. Now you're anti-Semitic, Roman brother. Why are you talking about us like this? Then the guy makes a joke. Look, 2 Jews walk into a bar. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, this is the problem. You hate us for no reason. He's like, oh, the whole world's going to have a reason in a few days. Watch what happens. He takes off. They keep making trouble. he tells Pontius Pilate, and Pilate's like, why? They always have this transatlantic accent. He's Roman, though.
Yeah.
Why do we have to deal with this man? What has he done? Well, they're saying that he's done a lot of things.
It's a transatlantic for
They're
something.
really messing up. He's going into the temple, and it's costing us some points. It's not a good thing. No, I mean, it's just not a good look. That's what I'm saying. Why don't we just whip him some more and then let him go? Pontius is like, can we just give him some more beating? He's almost dead already, but can we beat him some more for you? And they're like, hey, this with the beatings. He needs to be hung up on the cross. Like all the other evil pagans. This guy goes into the temple. He destroys our usury business. We can't charge interest. And the next thing you know, we're losing money over here. And Jesus is like, you're wrong. You're wrong for what you're doing. And he's like, my father is not your father. You're the synagogue. I know the synagogue is saying, here we go again with that. This guy's like a broken record. People are starting to listen to him. It's really annoying. The Romans are like, what do you want to do? You people, you always with the fishmongering and the complaining.
What are you going to do?
This is ridiculous. It's our Passover. Give us something. We want him killed for Passover. We deserve something for Passover. Pontius is like, I don't know. My wife had this dream. She says, don't get involved. He's like, look, Tony Barracuda, go get my water so I can dip it in my hands. Please, Praetor. Sure, boss. Comes back. You listen here, Jews. That's it. All right? We give you what you want. You stop rebelling. My soldiers are tired. All right? It's hot out here in the desert. You silly desert people, you're annoying me. You're going to get your guy. This murderer over here, this savage. You want him? Is that who you want? You want the murderer, the serial killer, murderer, rapist? Yes, we done said we want him. We love him. He's great. He's going to run for office. Give him to us. Get rid of this guy who claims he's the son of God. He's so crazy. They're like, that's what they want. Pontius is like, geez, these people. His wife's over there going like, don't hurt this man. Olivia, I love you, but here in Palestine, we're outnumbered 10,000 to 1 by these maniacs. I don't want to have a war. She's like, war is inevitable. Eventually, you'll have to come and bring people here to deal with these people. And eventually they did. A few decades after Masada took place, and the Orthodox Jewish people actually point to that as God's punishment. They actually believe that they did something wrong.
I wonder what.
But they're just not real sure what it is.
Could be anything.
We're still under investigation.
It's been investigating it for 2,000 years.
Internal investigations. Tied up in litigation.
The IIS, Internal Investigation Services.
Mm-hmm. We're this close to cracking the case.
So what ends up happening, they take him, they tell these ignorant Roman soldiers, here's a Jewish guy that's take out all your anger and wrath on him, beat the crap out of him, and they did. They're like, king of the Jews, huh? You know, they weren't mocking him for saying he was king of the Jews. Anybody could say they were king of the Jews, and they would have wanted to beat the crap out of him. The Romans were just doing what the Romans do to anybody. They didn't look at a Judean any different than they did a Gaul or a Carthaginian African. They did not care. You were part of the Roman Empire, and you're causing problems. And in fact, controlling and garrisoning the region of Palestine was considered like the worst job you could get. It was like the equivalent of Siberia if you're a Russian soldier. I don't want to be in the outposts of Kamchatka, but here I am. Here you are. And they're like, dude, because of you, now we have to be here. This is the way it really happened. I'm telling you, this is the truth. They were not trying to, they didn't care what this guy did. They just know that they're having to deal with it because of him. So they beat him. They gambled for his clothes because they were like, hey, he's the Son of God. I want his garments. I want his clothes since he's the Son of God. This is what they did. So they beat him and beat him and beat him. And eventually they made him walk to Calvary. And he had to carry his own cross, which typically that was done by relatives. They didn't let him do it because the Jewish leaders were right there the whole time telling them, do not help him. They wanted maximum torture, maximum pain. This was not a normal man. This man had committed horrid blasphemies. He refused to acknowledge their God as the one true living God. And he says, your God is not the one true living God. My Father is the one true living God. He's like, I am the way and the life. They're like, no way. He's possessed of demons. His father is Beelzebub. They blasphemed the one true God, who was not their God. And he tells us this over and over again in the New Testament. Read the New Testament. Don't let some preacher interpret it. You do it. Pray for discernment and read what it says. He tells them, your father is not my father. He reiterates it. And every apocryphal, every book of the King James or whatever it is, he says it. He said, we're not on the same page here, dude. You are not. You are worshiping Satan, and you are of the synagogue of Satan. Then in Revelations 2:9, he says, you suffer unto those who claim that they're Jews, but they're not. He says it again in Revelations 3:9. This is what he tells us. And everybody's just so confused. Why? Why are you confused? You know why? Because it's just the same as reading and looking and listening to the lying media who is still controlled to this day by the haters of Christ, those who condemn him and hate him. They are satanic. They are completely satanic. And you know why I know this? Because Jesus said so.
Mm-hmm.
He tells them over and over again. And Jake, here goes Jake. He said, because I don't shy away from anybody who says, he also cites the Old Testament many times, claiming the God of the Old Testament is his father. He calls God Abba. Not once, Jake, does he ever refer to Yahweh as his father. You need to take a look and look up who Yahweh is and was. The personage of Yahweh is very much like a person. It's a person, right? The people that wrote all of this stuff about him, they wrote what they wrote. Now, could be two different things. They could be writing lies. Or because it transcended generation after generation after generation, no, he doesn't. No, he says, where are these passages at where he's discussing Yahweh and claims it as his own? Jake, don't say things like that because that's not true. Give me those passages, sir. Tell me where that exists. This has been an argument of Bible scholars for years, and I'm not saying I'm a Bible scholar. But Jesus is not, he's not denouncing him by name. But he is making comparisons to the God of the Old Testament, to the God of the New Testament. And he tells them over and over again, that is not their father. And Jake, I'm going to invite you, if you want to say what you got to say, come on tomorrow on Monday, when Anton Ordonez will challenge me. And you guys can bring your Bibles. I don't even need to bring my Bible. I already know. But my Bible will be here if you need me to. I can go and look it up. But if you think that you're right and I'm wrong, so be it. There's a veil over your eyes, Jake. There's a veil over a lot of people's eyes. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. I could sit up here and try to trick people, and I do a better job than telling you that you've been fooled, because you will not. There is a veil, and you guys that are determined, you will not listen, you will not heed, you will not believe. And what's funny to me about that is this, and this is going to sound like a totally arrogant statement, but it is the truth. You act like you've done the research that I've done, and I know you haven't. I know you haven't. Do you think I just woke up and started doing this? I've been researching this since I was a child, son. Since I was a little kid, I went to the Abeka school. And it didn't add up to me then. It doesn't add up to me now. I had a library so huge. And Anthony, Tony, you want to? You guys tell them what happened with that. How many books we had?
Oh, man, probably about. So we had these huge bookshelves, and we had probably about 8 or 9. I don't know. What do you say, Tony? Like at least like 7 bookshelves.
We had 3 on the left-hand side.
Just completely full of books.
1 more.
Remember all that? We had to move all those.
Not even the ones counting in his room, which was just covered in bookshelves.
Mm-hmm. Remember, the living room was covered in bookshelves.
Well, I was just thinking, there's 3 on the left side of the living room towards the kitchen, because there was those 2, and then the 1 more. And there was like 2 more near the TV on the left side. 3 more on the right side under the TV. Yeah, it was just insane, and that's not even including all the ones in his room.
Just book after book. After
And then
book.
you got to remember that, like, even after all that, he then bought like another huge collection of books as well. So like here in my garage with all these books is like it's insane. The library we have.
Yeah, he's pretty much spent his whole life just like reading and reading and reading and reading and reading. Like I can't fathom like reading all that.
And
like,
he used
all those books.
He used to have like a journal that he would put like all the books he's read, all the books he's currently reading, all the books he's done with, or like he wants to come back to, and he had it all written down, and it was a long list. It was insane.
There was like almost no fiction.
Yeah,
like
not a single piece.
There was the Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman, and then
I can't think of it.
And then the Lord of the Rings trilogy or whatever it was, Lord of the Rings.
Well, I mean, we would all have
Alexander Romance.
Yeah, it was all the fiction books were just in one little section. I think 12. I read a dozen of these Star Wars fiction books.
But you gave those to Scorp.
And then,
you gave those to Scorp, right?
Scorp ended up with those. Yeah. I didn't read much fiction at all. I didn't count it either unless I read the entire book from cover to cover.
That's what I was saying.
So there probably were a couple thousand that I could say I've fully read. Every book you could imagine in this whole...
Every topic you can imagine. I saw a book about like...
I mean, they're mostly like history, though.
I mean, it was history, but it was every
history,
topic.
Science.
No, science. I mean, stars.
I even read Stephen Hawking's Universe in a Nutshell.
Yeah.
I read everything I could.
The Dark Tower.
Yeah, I did. I read the Dark Tower series. And if you look on that, all it is just one thing. I said the Dark Tower series, even though that's a ton of books.
Yeah.
And then I read the Game of Thrones books. And I had Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Dark Tower, entire series. I read those. And I read pretty quickly when I'm looking at fiction. I take longer when I'm reading nonfiction. And I have a huge paranormal library. Needless to say, other than just working out, or maybe occasionally going out on a date or whatever I had, my head was in a book. I started reading books voraciously when I was a little kid. I used to go to the library and get them all the time. But I started reading like adult type books when I was about 11 or 12. And when I was 13, the first time I ever got locked up, got in trouble, I read Alexander the Great, a book. It was just called Alexander the Great, and it was written back in like the 50s. And it was an old book that was in our library, and it just struck my interest, and I read it, and all these other kids were like reading fiction, silly, whatever. And if you read fiction, that's fine.
It's better than playing video games, I guess.
But my thing was I wanted to know about the world around us, the truth about the world around us. Most of the books I read were history, science, paranormal, of course, or biographies. Everything all right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was, work. But we read quite a bit.
I was the opposite. I read a lot of fiction. I wasn't trying to learn about the world. I was trying to escape from it. Yeah, I don't know how many
Yeah,
fiction
Daniel
books I've
Mahoney,
read.
I totally sympathize with that. I was very aggravated by the Dark Tower through that one at the end where he just you waste my time. Never read another Stephen King book after that. I've read a couple of his books. I read a little bit of Michael Crichton. But haven't read a whole lot of fiction. I'm not real big on fiction. Here's the point to what I was saying earlier, though. Jesus passes away on the cross because they did what they were told, and they gave them Barabbas. Everybody seems to pretend like that didn't happen. It did happen. Randy Victorio Alexander, what do I think of the Ethiopian Bible? I think it's a lot more complete than what we have. In a nutshell, this situation that happened has been distorted, changed, and lied about for millennia. So Jesus passes, he goes to hell or Hades, different versions of it. And there are very many different versions of it. I'm sure you've heard a version of it. You probably believe it, but there's a lot of different versions and conflicting that he went to proclaim his victory. Oh, and he told the people that were condemned, like, why would he go down there? It sounds like he's gloating. I don't believe that's what happened. I believe he went down there and he ministered to people. Before him going down to Hades, you just sat in a sort of purgatorial limbo type state. That's what people believe. I personally don't believe that that's what people did, because Jesus still existed prior to him coming here. He says he saw everything, like from the beginning. He doesn't say he participated in any of it. He just said he saw it happen. And people like to put like, oh, well, Jesus was there. He was helping God out, doing it, whatever. He doesn't say that. There's a whole lot of stuff that people attribute to Christ that was never said, was never done, or they say that he didn't say this or he didn't say that. You need to read, and you need to pay attention, and you need to use discernment so you can really, really know the truth. Because I want you, if you're so inclined, to find the true Christ, and through him, the true Father, which is the way to the Father, is through the Son. Now, SJP says Jesus is God. I don't believe that he is God, because Jesus doesn't say he's God. People there again, they say, well, it was implied. So you claim. But that can be interpreted many different ways. But he is a part of the Holy Trinity, which also is one. Now, that gets kind of confusing, but you got to understand something. It depends on how literal you take it. If you have a son, he is technically part of you. Do you know that you've donated 50% of your DNA to him? He is you. He is. But Jesus says, I sit at the right hand of the Father. And I guess, yeah, Davy Jones says the Godhead. There is a Godhead. There's the head of the Trinity, which is the Holy Father, and you won't get to him. And he said, SJP says there is no interpretation. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have time to challenge that. Bring that up again later on, SJP. Okay, we will bookmark that, and people can go and look it up. And you believe what you want. There's going to be a lot of argument here, but the bottom line is, even if you don't agree with me, even if you don't like me, I had somebody email me or message me earlier that said, I don't like you. Once again, I've heard this 1,000 times. I can't stand listening to you. And he goes, and I don't like hearing you talk about God. This person was just very vile. I deleted their comments. I didn't. My wife did. And they were just very, very, and I said, look, man, you don't like me? Fine. You don't have to like me. You definitely don't have to love me. I mean, even though you're commanded to, you do what you want. You have free will. You can do whatever it is that you feel like you need to do. I was like, the only thing I'm going to tell you is you need to respect me. That's it. I don't care. I really personally have a hard time caring whether someone loves me or not when it comes to people I don't know. I'm not here to be adored and loved by the masses. Thank you for that donation. See, you can tell I'm not adored and loved, or I'd be showered with gifts. I'm not. be throwing roses at my feet and giving me money. And whatever.
But the like button is free.
SJP, I agree. He says the Father and I are one. I like you. I'm just saying it is. But when he was here on earth, he was not God. He was the Word made flesh. You understand? He had his Father's everything. I mean, like he was given the power. But he is the Son of God. Or if he was not, then he would have said, I am the Son of God. He would have said that, right? Which is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He would have gone around saying, I'm God. I'm God. And that's what he would have been. Thank you for that donation. Somebody loves me. And that's not what happened. So I'm going to tell this story, and I want you guys to pay attention to it. We told it a little bit. I don't remember when it was. We talked about it. Her name was Kate. Or is Kate. She's still alive. You know, she's not deceased. Kate's at an Easter thing right now still, so she's probably, or she might be back by now. She said it was about 10 o'clock. She'll be back, so maybe she's in the chat. So if you are, Kate, how you doing? When I was on the phone with them this morning, I heard something in the back. And my hair, look at this, my hair's standing up when I say this. I heard it, and it said this. It said, don't talk to him. And I heard it. The last word was a little bit distorted. I didn't hear the whole hymn. I just heard, don't talk. And there was just like a,
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, then she kept talking, and I was like, is there somebody next to you? She's like, no, my husband's already in bed. It's just me. I'm downstairs. And I was like, I don't want to scare you. She's like, oh, I know. She's like, they're still here. And I'm going to get to it. Her daughter reached out to someone that she knew who is friends with a person who has a show, or he's a producer of a ghost show. I'm not going to say who it is or where that, because if you do, then there's a problem. But these people, because I don't want them being upset with me, they rejected this story on the grounds that it was too much like a vampire. The other podcaster that she tried to reach out to said the same thing, very similar, but in different words. And it's like, well, I don't do vampires. They're not real. And this sounds more like a vampire. They wanted her to just say, it's a demon, it's a ghost, and never bring up the vampiric proclivities. Why is that? I know the podcaster that she reached out to. I know him. I know who he is. I know who you are. You have a little show. You're not little. He has a pretty big following. Never liked his stuff, but people think he's something, whatever. And he's actually he didn't say anything negative about me, but he mentioned he talks with people that don't like me. So let's put it that way. And so I don't care about this guy. When she said that, I was like, I wasn't surprised. He wants things to be a certain way, and he wants to kind of be the way he is. And I said, okay, fine. And she's like, I want this story to be told. And she herself was actually going to be brave enough to try, at the behest of her children and her nieces, to talk on TV. She's like, I don't know if I could do it. She says, now I think I could probably do it. She goes, I know I couldn't have done it at the time. She goes, I would have just failed. I would have had to have them tell what happened to them. And there was a lot of stuff that happened. They moved into a house in upstate New York from another house that was across the state. And almost immediately they started having nocturnal visitors. Something black, shadowy. We recorded with someone last night she was talking about vampire encounters that she had, and it'll be coming on Tuesday. She seems to have been plagued by these her whole life. And that's a very interesting, it's going to begin a 3-part trilogy there on Tuesday with the podcast, right? YouTube podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, it is Yayo. Or Yavo. Yavo? Yes, it is. And so we have this person that says, hey, my mother has endured something horrific. I found your podcast through a friend. I want you to, if you could, talk to her. So I did. And I got the gist of what it was, but not the whole enchilada, as they say. So here it is. She said the first thing that happened was on the very first night. There was something black. She didn't see it. Her husband did. She's like, and I said, what about you? Did you ever have an out-of-body experience, an NDE? Did anybody in the house? And she says, no, not that I can remember. But then she asked her husband, and he said, yes, when he was a child, he was 9 years old, he had an out-of-body experience because he fell off his bike and he hit his head. And he remembers sitting up, and his brothers were like, what's going on? Are you okay? He gets up, he looks around, and there's nobody that he can communicate with. He's talking, and nobody's hearing him. And they're staring down. He looks down, there's his body. So it knocked him out of his body. So he did have a brief out-of-body experience. Then there was just blackness, and then he woke up, and he was in the hospital. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate everybody who's donating and helping. We appreciate it tremendously. This is the thing. The out-of-body experience, though, I don't think was the trigger to this, but he was able, I think because of that, because he said after that, talking to him, he was able to see things. And one of the things he saw in that house, he said one time he saw something in the corner of the room, and he said it wasn't all the time, but he would see things. And there was this black shadow, like in the corner. And it was like we were talking about with the lady we recorded with, Vanta Black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vanta Black being like something that's so black, it absorbs light. It's a company that they created it. And they are so black you can't see it, but he saw it in the corner, and he said, this is something. It had like wings because it went and then it went through the wall. And it was very fast. He talked to his wife. He told Kate, he says, Kate, I don't know what I just saw, but this is the second night in a row that I've seen something. Now, this was a week into their stay. The day before, he thought he saw something in the bathroom on the tub and go down the drain, which was totally weird. And she said, okay, I got to tell you. She's like, I've been feeling weird lately. She's like, and I felt like something bit me on the foot. She wakes up, she sees this shadow, she hears boom, 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 something on all fours, and then it looked like it went through the wall. She was like, and also they're on the second floor of this old house. And they're on a property, which is not in town. It's close, but it's kind of out in the outskirts. And she's like, this is ridiculous. So she says, I think we bought a haunted house. He goes, I know we did. And her daughter and her son were like having things happen too. Her daughter heard someone talking in a very deep and guttural voice, and it just sounded like gibberish. But we know that that's not what they're doing. They like to say things backwards, and they'll say them in different languages. Oftentimes, people, the language that they are around when they're born is the one that they kind of like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I've heard people on the reservation talk about hearing like they'll move to another house, another neighborhood. My friend the Chippewa, mm-hmm. And he had something happen. I can tell his story. And it was very like he heard it speaking, and he goes, that's his mother's tongue, you know? But it was backwards. And his sister was cognizant enough to play it, you know, catch it, and it was speaking in their tongue. Turns out this wasn't really something that was following him. This was something that was there before him. Because the people that were there before said, yeah, we heard this something talking, whatever. Well, you know what it was? It was like gibberish. Here's the thing. Demons are born too, just like I said. And a lot of times they're born in batches. Disgusting, parasitic creatures. They're born spiritually. Kind of like a nest of them, right? A nest of these beings. And these beings, what they do is there'll be 2, 3, 4 of them, and they all look identical. So you think you're being plagued by one, and there's multiple. You know, we've seen people who have seen Dogman, and they look like 1, 2, 3 of the same thing. We've talked about that on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Clones, maybe. Or they're demonic, Nephilim, possibly disembodied, and they have that ability to move in and out, that metaphysical ability that they're so good at. And you think that you're looking at 3 or 4 different creatures. They're not. They're all the same. And the problem is that they are actually individual creatures. It's not one pretending to be 3. It's actually they are 3 there. That's a problem, especially when you think you've gotten rid of one and are an attachment, and you'll see more. There'll be 2 or 3 of them all wrapped around somebody. They're brothers or sisters. These things they've all been together since birth. These entities that attach, these attachments, they are not independent without a host. There are subnatured beings who don't necessarily need the host. They get the vril energy from the earth, right? But they will absolutely put in work on you if you cross their path in any shape or form, and it doesn't take much for a slight. Think of, like, for me back in the 90s, how people used to act. Y'all don't know this if you're a millennial. You have no clue. You don't have any idea. You're walking around the 90s, and people would walk by and be like, whoa, what are you looking at? That was just very prevalent, especially in the inner cities. You just be walking, and they ask you what you're looking at. The people were like that. If you lived in the city, you'd see that. People would just be like, what? It's like, damn, man, look over at you.
I remember back in 1999 when I was 1. Happened to me all
you
the
were
time.
a baby. Yeah, looking up on people.
I remember you from 1990, I don't know, something. You hooked up my Nintendo 64, and that's the only memory I had of you. I was like, cool, I got a Nintendo, and he's hooking it up for me.
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, there are so many people walking around that are just half informed, unarmed, spiritually, mentally, physically. They just have no clue. Things are the way they are, right? It's just some kind of, this is how it is. It's not just how it is. Or how it was. We have a problem here now with people who don't have the memory. Some that weren't around, and then the ones that do don't remember everything. That's a problem. Because if you remember, you'll know. Things were not always the way that they are now, and they will eventually change again. But one thing will remain constant. It will remain constant, that evil is going to exist, and it's going to plague you and cause problems for you in your life. And that's another reason why you need Christ. And here's the thing. The people that moved into this house, they were not believers. The husband was. But he never tried to push his wife. She was, like, in her own words, a borderline vegetarian. She ate fish or chicken sparingly and only on certain occasions when she had to. This entity that was in their house, I think it was there before them. I don't think it was something that was brought from them. And because they interviewed people, well, they didn't interview, but they talked to people that lived there before them and the ones that lived there before them. The ones that lived there before them didn't stay there very long. They didn't. They weren't there very long, not even 2 years, and they were like, enough of this. But the people that lived there before them, they had built that old farmhouse, and they had been there for a long time on that land. They had a son who went away to Vietnam. And when he returned, He was not the same. Obviously, he had PTSD and there were some problems. But when he was overseas, he fathered a child, like so many people, except he was a good guy. And he decided to accept his responsibility, and he even cared about the woman that he had left over there. And at the time when they evacuated, there was no way to bring her. So through a lot of hard work and effort, he petitioned the Vietnamese government, and the United States government actually did him a solid and helped him get his child and wife over here. There were a few people. There was this program that was there in place that would help GIs if they wanted to reunite with their children, because technically the child could be an American citizen. There was this whole thing back in the 70s, whatever. So he brought them over here. These people claim that when she came over here, things began to happen. Something came to that house. See, there's an origin to these things. And I believe, going back to what my friend who is a Chippewa, what that thing was there in that house, it was the land. And that being, they learn the language that they are born around. So do you. So do you. Everybody, whatever you're taught as a child in the land that you're living in, that is the language that you speak. Is it not?
Mm-hmm. I didn't speak English until I went to school.
I learned Spanish at a really young age, and then I lost a lot of it, and because it was all about learning English. And then my mother quit talking to me in Spanish all the time because she wanted me to know English. So then I lost a lot of that, and I had to regain it. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, which isn't hard to do when half your family's Hispanic. But here's the thing. These entities, a lot of times when they speak Latin or whatever it is, that it shows you how old they are, because that's where they come from. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They speak Greek because that's where they're from.
It just depends on the region.
It depends on the region. Right? They'll speak Farsi. And you know what they do? They'll say it backwards. They speak curses backwards and forward, and they'll talk to each other. A lot of times when they're mumbling, talking, whatever, they're speaking to each other. And it's on a mental thing, a mental spiritual connection that you are listening, you are hearing it, but it's not really physical. But you're picking up on it. Do you know why? It's vibration. Vibration is everything, folks. However, whatever something vibrates, it's that wavelength. What is the other word? Vibration and
frequency.
Frequency.
You think they can learn languages like almost instantaneously compared to us?
I don't think that they can do anything anymore other than there's certain abilities that they are born with. I'm talking about the new ones, the younger ones. And now the Arabs will tell you that there's different colors, like the red, green, yellow, and blue. They all represent an age group, right? And I don't know if I buy into that, but I think that these older ones, yeah, because look how quickly I taught myself how to read in several languages.
Yeah. It
didn't take but 2-3 years?
Mm-hmm.
And I was already up to like 4 languages, 5. And it's just repetitiveness, especially if it's all based in a certain, like if it's based in Latin, like French, Spanish,
Yeah.
I mean, in Italian. So you can read in these different languages. You learn to read in these different languages, and you learn to at least the first thing to learning a language is you understand it. Then it's repeating it. But the pronunciation isn't always real good. That's why someone come to America, they talk like this because they don't know,
Yeah.
They know what you're saying and they get it, but they can't. Talking is a little harder.
The tongue is trained differently.
Yeah, they're not from this region. So these beings, they will learn these languages that they are grown up around. And then they'll travel, they'll leave, and they'll go, and they can literally teleport almost instantaneously. But here's the thing about that too. They don't always just do that free of charge. If you are a demon and you are living in Mesopotamia, which is still the region that they live in of the Levant, they consider Mesopotamia. And one of them wants to travel to Europa, in particular Germania, right? There's a tax. I'm not even joking. You don't just pop into the Black Forest and go, hey guys, I just showed up from the desert and I'm so-and-so. And they're like, really? Because, man, did you just screw up? So they have to kind of like make reservation, you know what I mean? Like they have to send that frequency ahead that, hey, I'm going to come here and I'm going to do this and that. You know why? Because they're like germs. Do you know what germs do? They're territorial. If you don't believe me, read the book of Daniel. Angel of the Lord was held up by who? By what? By the prince of the kingdom of Persia. Do you think it was a physical guy that was like, hey, buddy, I'm the prince of Persia, all right? I know you're an angel of the Lord, you know, the swords and all the bad stuff, whatever, you're bad dude, man.
But you got some forms to fill out
doing
here.
The good
you
work
got a
of the
permit
Lord,
to be coming through here?
Do you know who I am? You're going to pay a toll. That angel does not care about no physical being calling himself the Prince of Persia. What is that, a video game? He don't care. He's like, you're a video game that hasn't been invented yet. Okay, Jafar.
Even
he
though
doesn't
you're one
care.
Of the greatest hits on PlayStation 2. I don't care.
I'll be right back.
So
Papers, please.
So let me see what y'all think, because I didn't want to distract Wolf too much with this question, because you know, like with his answers, he can get pretty in depth, and I know that everybody wants to hear the story. But when it comes to learning, when it comes to the way like the demons can learn a language, you know how like when you have these dreams sometimes and you're out of your body, you could it's like you have a greater understanding of things, you know, like you'll start understanding different concepts and these complex ideas, and you'll like have these, it's hard to describe, but it's like a web of understanding. And when you're in that dream state, you understand it completely and entirely, but then you wake up and you're like, what did I just, like, what? I have no idea what I understood. I just knew that I understood something very complex on a very deep level that I can't fathom right now. You think that's how like quickly and easily they can learn a foreign language?
No, I think it's I mean, yes.
Like if one comes from like Persia, say, and goes to a foreign country like say France, and that they want to start like speaking the language, do you think it's like an instantaneous process?
Well, it's different, because you got to think about, okay, how do we communicate?
See, Nevaeh's angel, you said that they speak all languages.
Okay, but hold on, listen now.
But does it just seem like that?
Okay, you got to think about how we communicate. Right now, me and you are talking, but how are we talking? We're using our mouths. How does that work? It's because our tongue is moving a specific motion to make that sound come out, and you recognize that sound. They don't have to do that. They learn through thought processes. They give you their intention. Right, so languages is all basically the same thing.
So what you finish saying what you guys said.
I was gonna say language is all basically the same thing. They're learning based on intention, and also you gotta remember how old they are. So once you kind of learn the root of one, it's not hard to kind of just switch it around to figure out others. I mean, once you do it enough times, I'm sure it's not difficult.
Okay. Who said that they speak all languages?
Nevaeh's angel.
Okay. You really give them way too much credit.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're really giving them way too much.
I think they're a little bit more limited.
That is the problem. Not what you said, Nevaeh, that you're the problem. The problem is that people give these beings way, way too much credit. You're giving them way too much power. You're turning them into super villains. They're not. But it depends. This is the problem right here. The word demon just is everything. The word jinn is everything. There are demons, there are jinn that actually do many different things. And people say, well, it all comes from the same place, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And you know that each one of them has its own role to play. Getting to know and understanding who it is that's messing with you, who it is that's after you, is very important, because they're not all the same. They can, yes, what she said, if they attach or they're obsessed, which is really being really close to you, It's not the same as attaching. It's like going through you and going back and out of you. That's how they get. That's how they. I'm not going to get the technical with it.
Yeah.
But yes, they will know. They will understand what you understand.
Yeah. Someone said you just absorb it.
Yeah, but they're not. They are more limited than you think. And the average demon, especially a low-ranking demon, and low-ranking by their race. There's different races of demons, so there's different races of man. And I'm going to tell you this: it depends on their level of learning, and another thing too, it's how old they are. It is absolutely how old they are. The older I am, the more I'm going to know, the more I'm going to learn. I learn stuff every day of my life. It's spent learning. The older they are, the more that they know. And so don't think, and what they'll do is when you have a doctor and you have, like, say you go to a doctor and he says, look, you need to go see somebody about this particular ailment, a podiatrist or something. They give you a referral so that the insurance will mess around and maybe pay part of it or try to weasel out of it like they always do. You see another guy, and that guy specializes in that. Demons are the same way. You know what they do? They don't run around by themselves very often. They're pack mentality. And they love to catch people alone. So when you're in a pack and you're come up on a lone ranger, you're very susceptible. These people wandering around the streets, homeless, that are all in their head and stuff, they're sitting ducks. They have a spiritual opening, which is usually drugs or alcohol. And then they get attacked by a pack of these beings. They have no chance.
It's actually a cowardly way to be an aggressor is to be an aggressor when you're when you outnumber someone.
That's what works.
Which
they're predators, dude.
But it also shows like that that they don't have as much power over us as we think, because if they did, then why would you need to run around in packs to attack one person?
It's also the most effective hunting method. You see it in every animal. I mean, ants are the most dominant insect for one reason, is because there's so many of them.
Which ants, yeah. And so whenever you come across these beings and they're in your house, always remember they're not alone. And they're not always working together, so to speak, but they're kind of thrown together. Imagine if you have a dog and it's a border collie, and then you go and get another dog that's a Yorkie, and then you get another dog that's a lab. Those animals did not choose to be a pack together, but they're thrown together by circumstance, and now they're just kind of they'll each kind of do their own thing. You might have one dog that kind of he's cool, but he's kind of a loner like your dog. And then there's others that will be completely committed to the pack and being a part of it and being a part of what's going on and whatever the antics are that's happening. They're all for it, whatever. That's the same way they are. They're not unlike humans, which is one of the things that aggravates me when people put all these human characteristics on God. All that individual weird, so that we do these things and this just tribal pack mentality, whatever.
Jealousy.
It's the lower levels, dude. It's God does not observe all that. He is not a part of that. He's so above that. That's why Jesus was sent as an individual human. We can't fathom God, so he had to send his son and say, hey, here he is. But let me ask you this. If you think that Jesus was God, who was watching the cosmos while Jesus was down here being a human for 30 years? Have you ever stopped and asked that question? Because God is omnipotent, he can do that, right? Right. But all of God was just condensed into one being. I don't believe that. Because he didn't need to. It didn't need to happen. And Jesus was never going to be hurt until it was time, and he allowed them to hurt him. You never even read about Jesus stubbing his toe. And then these people were able to do what they did to him. The very basis of what was trying to destroy him was a parasitic vampiric base. That's really what it was. That's really what it is. You pray, though. You ask Christ for things. Perfectly acceptable. He's part of the Trinity. But when you pray and you say, I worship you, Lord God, you pray through the name of Christ. You come unto him in the name of Christ and you ask for it. And I don't believe that it's idolatry to ask for intercession. However, you need to understand and know what and who you're talking to. And so I don't really do it because I'm not 100% on what that is. But I am 100% on Christ. So I'm not going to attack people's different views or whatever. I'm just telling you what I believe and what I know. And I know this, these demons are not as powerful. They are not as all knowing and whatever. You give them way too much credit. But by the same token, because you really don't know. Yes. And Jake, you were absolutely correct. Jesus was the Word, was with God, and the Word was God. So Jesus was the Word made flesh. Yeah. But does he ever say, I'm here, I'm God? No, he doesn't, Jake. I don't know why you keep arguing that. You can keep saying it till your ears bleed. Doesn't make it true. So that's what I believe, Jake. But I respect you. You believe what you believe. But worshiping Christ, you should be worshiping God. Then you should do everything through Christ. Otherwise, it's falling on deaf ears. So whenever you have somebody who goes into this, whatever these people were going through, and I'm going to get real into that, you have to, their faith is definitely tested. And at the end of this, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm glad that I finished up with them this morning. There is malfeasance that goes on with these creatures that is beyond anything you could possibly know. And this is a prime example. Demonic, yes, it's demonic. But they want you to say, oh, it's demonic, but it's not vampiric. No, this is definitely vampiric. And this comes from the demonic. And people need to understand this. This is what they need to know. You need to understand this. When she went down the stairs, we talked about this the other day, and she was taking a load of laundry, she sees the most clear image of what this thing is that was plaguing them. Or, as I know now, the things. Because a lot of times these entities, it's very rare that they're the Lone Ranger. That is very rare. And they will have some around them that are older or whatever that are brought in to translate, decipher, and do different things that these younger ones don't. A lot of times it's the younger demons that start the crap. It's very rare that you will come across like an archon and you're just like, oh, I got an archon at my house, because it could literally just blow your house up, especially if you're not in the spirit. There's not a whole bunch of them. There was only a certain number. There is a lot of them, yeah, but there was only a certain number that were put here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are bazillion demons because they are born from different lineages of the archons. So you have to understand that that is not necessarily what these are. And then you had archons that came over later. Do you know what that means? That means that there were other types from different alternate places that came. And they took up root. And you know where they lived? Below our feet. And they reproduced. And when they die or their offspring dies, they become spirits completely. Because that's what they were to begin with, just like us. We are spirits that are just using this as a vessel. This is your vessel. This is your car, right? This isn't who you are. If you can learn to look in the mirror and see through what this flesh is, you'll know who you are. Look at yourself, the eyes. The eyes are the gateway to the soul. Speak the word, speak the voice. Vibration and sound is everything. What do you think those two senses are the most important thing? You really being, hearing and sight, it's like debilitating if you don't have one. You need to understand something. Sound and vibration. Very, very important. These things don't need to be seen. They're there. They show themselves to you either because you have the eye, because they like to hide, or they want one thing from you. Do you know what that is when they show themselves to you? What is it? Fear.
Yeah.
That's the only reason, because they're an aberration, not apparition, aberration. They're something that's evil, ugly, disgusting. Their true form is not pleasant, to say the least. When she saw this thing at the bottom of the stairs, she came down and she was like, what is that? She thought it was a shadow, but she saw it moving, and she turned the light on, and there was that Vanta black in the corner that absorbs the light. She saw this being, bald-headed from the back, looked like it had little horns on the front of its head, but you couldn't tell for sure till it turned. And there it was, and it was unaliving a rabbit. This entity was devouring it, greedily eating it while drinking its blood. Hunched over, she could see this spiky scales, whatever it looked like on its back, like that's where the spine was. There looked like this ridge on its back. And then there were these wings that just kind of popped up out of the back, and then it just disappeared, leaving behind a rabbit that was exsanguinated with no blood and some black goo that kind of faded into the wall. That was the first time she saw it full on, but it wouldn't be the last. There was another time that she recalled very vividly. She's like, my daughter screams. This was about 2 months into their stay. She's like, I go into the room, and she's like, Mommy, there's a monster under y'all's bed. And she's like, under our bed? And then from the vantage point, when she laid on her daughter's bed, she could see into their bedroom kind of at an angle. And she was like, oh, okay. And she's like talking to her. She's like, you want me to read you a story? She's real young. She's not even going to, at this point, this one is the youngest. She's not even in grade school yet. She was very young. And she's like, yeah, can you read to me? So she goes and she gets a book. She sits down. She starts reading it to the youngest. She was not expected. She was one of those, oops, babies. It just happened. Her siblings are like several years older than her. And so she was a little bit spoiled. She would cry. Sometimes her older sister would come and sit with her, or the son, whatever. And she said, she was but for being the youngest and, kind of baby, she came out pretty good. She was tough. And she contributes that to her cousins, because they had a couple of cousins that they had to foster for a little while. And she learned to be rough and tumble with them. And, to this day, her best friend is her female cousin, that she grew up with. And she said, Mommy, there's something, and it's an ugly man. He keeps looking at me and making faces and showing me his teeth. So she's like looking, and she's like, there he is again, Mommy. And she looks, and she doesn't see anything. The door closes to her room. And she's like, Mommy, there was another man standing there. He closed the door. He was angry because I could see them. And her mom is like, whoa. And then she hears footfall that's coming up the stairs. And it's just like, boom, 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 boom. Not slow and deliberate, but just, like somebody's walking. And then she's like terrified. And her husband, we'll call him Jack, he's sound asleep. And she was just like, I got to get up now. Then her daughter's like, Mommy, don't go. Why? She's like, they want to hurt you, Mommy. She's like, did they tell you this? She goes, no, they don't talk to me. I can't understand them. They speak really fast. They only talk to each other. She's like, and sometimes there's 3 of them. And sometimes there's just one of them, and he's really big. Her son was in the backyard one day, just looking at his cell phone, being a kid, doing what he did, whatever. Or when someone talking on the phone, being a kid, doing what he did. And he was interrupted by something at dusk in the backyard. It was summertime, and he goes, there was mosquitoes and, whatever. And he was like, I was interrupted talking on the phone by something that came from behind our storage shed, and it looked like this really tall being. He's like, and then the most weird, ridiculous thing, he goes, I see it splice out like it was two different beings, and they flew in two different directions. But when I first saw it, it looked like a really tall giant with wings. He got really sick that week. He missed like 3 days of school. He goes, I couldn't get out of bed, and I knew whatever this was, it made me sick. Whatever that was, it was what made me sick. And his mother said, I got so creeped out. She goes, I ran across the room. I looked under the bed. I didn't see anything. She goes, and I laid down. She goes, and as I'm laying there, she's like, the closet door starts to kind of move back and forth. And I just lost it. She goes, I started screaming and crying. My husband wakes up, and she's like, there's something by the closet. He gets up. He's kind of bleary-eyed. He looks, and he's like, just stands there frozen in fear. Because Jack, he can see things. And he tells her, he's like, don't move. There's something in our closet. And he's like, what he saw had green eyes, and it was blink. You could see it blinking. Like when he would talk, like it was when he would look at it, he was telling me it would blinked its eyes. Like you could see it like it had eyes. And she was terrified. And she was sitting there, and Kate was like, she's like, Jack, just come to bed. He's like, don't talk. And he started reaching onto the dresser for his crucifix. He had a crucifix. He wasn't Catholic, but someone had given him one. And he seemed to be very, just very focused. And he says, in the name of Christ, I rebuke you. And he started going toward it. And then, according to him, it just kind of fell like a garment, like if a ghost was under a sheet, it just went. And then a bunch of shirts and stuff fell. And then he just sank to the bed, and they both prayed. They prayed and they prayed, and they felt okay for a couple of weeks. Everything seemed to kind of calm down. And she told him at dinner, she said they went out on their anniversary dinner, and she told him, she says, Jack, I saw something under our bed. I don't know what it was. It was just black. I didn't get a good look at it. She's like, but our daughter saw it clearly. She said that it would stare at her, and she said that it was black, bald-headed, had little horns, and it had these big teeth. And that one day, when she was playing outside near one of their big sheds on the other, like back behind, they had a backyard, and then they had like more property. She was playing by a shed near the barn. And they kept their bikes and things in there. And she went back there, and she was playing. And she said a little girl appeared to her and asked if she wanted to play. And she was like, yeah. And there's no kids around her age, unless her cousins come to visit, which eventually they stayed with them for a couple of years. But she was like, yeah. And so they began to play. The little girl was really nice to her. But then she says, I have to go. I live in, such and such down the road, whatever. And she takes off through the cornfield. They didn't have a really large one, but there was a cornfield right there. And it was their neighbors. And so she ran through the cornfield. The neighbors were kind of like, they were to the east, and the cornfield went north-south, and there was a house over there. So this went on for 2 or 3 days in the late summer, and then she didn't see the little girl. So after a couple of days, she walks through the cornfield calling out her name. She goes up to the house where the little girl supposedly was, knocks on the door. They answered the door, and they're like, we don't have the daughter. And they started talking, and they were like, the Browns, it was a family, I think they were called the Browns, something like that lived here before. They had a daughter, but she passed away when she was like 8. She got hit by a car or something like that. And so it was really weird. Like, she goes back and she tells mommy, daddy, whatever. She's only, at this point, she was only like 5. The little girl was older than her. And she says, I went over there, and they told me that this little girl doesn't exist. And she was disturbed by it. At this point, she was getting ready to go into kindergarten. And her parents said, okay, we'll quit playing out there by the shed. About 3 months into her going into elementary, going into kindergarten, she is told by an older kid, because this isn't a very big school that she went to, who was like in second grade, that there was a little girl that had died years ago, that the parents that had lived there, their child had been killed, and that was who she was playing with. So she goes home in tears, freaking out. So the parents, in particular Jack, goes over there and talks to them, and they said, yeah, it was really weird. The people that used to live there, like they gave them the information. They said they used to live in this house, whatever. He talks to them, and they said, that was our granddaughter. She was staying with us, and she started talking about this creature that was in the cornfield, and it chased her one day, and she ran home. We told her to quit going into the cornfield, but she saw a pig. It was a little baby pig, and she kept going out there to play with it, and it was scared and hiding in the cornfield. And she told them, Mommy said that the pig, I'm not supposed to play with the pig, whatever. And the grandparents were like, what pig? And her mother was deceased. And she said, Mommy said that the pig needs your help. You have to go and get it because the vampires are going to eat it. So they were like, whoa. The guy that used to live in that house, not the one that Kate and them bought, this is their neighbors, the farmers around them, told her point blank over dinner in town that when he was a kid, well, not a kid, but when he was young, he was like 17. That's a kid to me. That he was sitting outside with his brother, and they were trying to shoot a hawk. Reason they were trying to shoot the hawk is because the hawk kept trying to kill their chickens. And so this is country life, folks. Yeah. Sometimes you got to stake out a hawk. So they were out there and they were watching, and they see this hawk take off from the trees, and they're getting ready to shoot. And this black winged entity just swoops in and takes the hawk and takes off. He goes, in that moment, I saw a demon for the first time. He goes, I don't know what that was. This was not ancient history. This was not a long, long time ago. But this was around the time of the people that lived before the people that lived in Kate's and them's house, not the ones that were only there for a year and 9 months and they ran, whatever. Yeah. Which I don't blame them, people there before. They talked to them. But I know their last names, and I'm planning on trying to follow up with them. I haven't gotten any, whatever. Don't worry about the pig. The pig got taken in as a pet. It was a baby pig that had been it
was a hawk that got taken up.
The pig didn't get taken. It was the hawk. The pig ended up being a pet that lived with them for like 15 years or something. And they named him Arnold after Green Acres or something like that. I'm not kidding.
They make good pets.
And so anyways, the little girl saved the pig, but one day something was chasing the pig. It had gotten loose because something was chasing it, and she ran and she was struck by a vehicle. That did not actually unalive her, but it messed her up. And when she got older, she passed away from complications because she was paralyzed from the waist down, or she had some kind of paralysis or something. So when they described this little girl, their daughter was saying the old man started to cry. His wife had passed away, but he was crying. He was like, oh, so much heartache. He had lost his daughter. He lost his wife and his granddaughter. Horrible. His son was lost and went overseas and was killed in a non-combat accident, which was another thing. He was, he is a very sad and broken man. And when she was getting up to leave, he grabbed her by the hand. He says, you need to leave that house. He's like, I'm not going to say the woman's name, but when she came over from Vietnam, he's like, and that's when all this started. She brought something with her. He goes, and there was already something here on this land. He's like, and whatever it was sour, bad, evil, no good, whatever words you want to use. And it's like it teamed up with that evil that was brought over. Admittedly, his wife tells him, this is the people that lived there before, their son. He said she had been cursed. Her lineage, her bloodline had been cursed by this other group of people from Vietnam. And it was something, a blood feud between her family and their family, and they cursed their children. And they were actually unalived by the Viet Cong. She hid. And she managed to live. And you got to remember, Vietnam War went on for like 20 years.
Yeah.
But it started with the French. The Viet Cong were very much a part of it for a long time. Those were the ones that lived in the central and the south that sympathized with the North Vietnamese army, the NVA. The NVA didn't even do as much fighting as the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong are the ones that really gave everybody fits because they were the ones that were living and, working in the villages and the rice paddies by day and digging tunnels and ordnance and blowing up Marines at night. A lot of horrific things went on. And the Viet Cong had murdered her family, and she escaped. She was the oldest of 4 children. Years later, she ends up meeting this GI, and she was living in the outskirts of what's the main city down in South Vietnam? I totally lost my train of thought.
Saigon.
Saigon. Oh my gosh, in my mind. A lot to remember, a lot to keep up with.
Yeah.
So she's living in Saigon, and they meet. She works as a waitress, with serving tea to the GIs or whatever. And she had to walk home every night, and these GIs were messing with her. Oh, Rita, thank you for that donation.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Rita.
It's very generous of you, Rita.
Awesome.
Thorwald brings up a very good point. Thank you for that, Rita. We totally appreciate that. That is awesome of you.
Oh, I didn't know that, Thorwolf.
That is absolutely true.
I had no idea.
That is 100% true.
That's crazy.
The French actually, because do you realize that after World War II, literally like a quarter of the French Foreign Legion was inundated with former German soldiers. You don't realize that half of France actually helped Germany. And the main reason was because the British abandoned them at Normandy. The British are just, I'm going to tell you something. I love British people. I love my British people, but you have a very, 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 very checkered and dark past history. And not saying America doesn't. America's like, America, F yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong yet. No, bull crap.
You just have to be realistic about it.
Look at the CIA, look at everything you've done. But you got MI6, the SAS. Look at all the crap that Britain did. British government is not British people. The British people have been pawns of the British government for so long. And their policies by the Crown, the enslavement of the people of Ireland. There was, in the 1500s, there was 1.5 million people in Ireland. Did you know that? After just a century. 1 century. Guess how many people were left in Ireland? 600,000. That was genocide. The English, not the Scottish, not the Welsh. No, the English, and it was their government. It was the crown. But what could the average English person do? Like, we're not going to do this. Off with his head. I mean, England was so oppressive to their people.
All people.
And they oppressed everyone around them.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I said all people. I mean, Scotland.
Oh, they were horrible.
Wales.
French, Spanish. They fought everybody. They were very barbaric and warlike. And it was terrible what they did. Absolutely terrible. The Irish were enslaved worse than the Africans. That's not a popular thing to say, but you heard it here first. And I love black people. I have lots of friends. Some people are like, you can ask all of my black friend. Well, let's ask them. And they're like, I don't. See, you asked him. You told him. He told you right now that I love black people. No, dude. The people that say that, oh, I love black people. I lived with black people. I had 3 black roommates. When I was homeless, it was a black guy. I said, hey, he's one of my friends. He says, come crash my pad. Terrible idea. It was a horrible bachelor. It was a 1-bedroom, 3 guys living in 1 bedroom. And he was gone so much, he just said, use my bedroom. Remember how Pete was always gone?
Yeah.
Pete was Jewish. I lived with him. I actually ended up, he lived with me at one time, and I lived with him. And same thing happened with this other guy, Greg. He lived with me, I lived with him. But these same people that champion these black causes and all this stuff, would you eat dinner with them? Would you live with them? Would you, whatever? Would you adopt one as your son like I did? You probably wouldn't, would you? People say, well, that was your brother's son, whatever. It doesn't matter. I stepped up to the plate and did what I had to do because I have to do what I have to do. His ex was not going to give him custody. I had to step in and take over and do what I got because I'm a man and I love him. I love just like anybody else. He's got his flaws. I got mine. And so this is not a swipe or trying to one up black people at all. I'm telling you, the Irish were enslaved as bad, if not worse. A lot of the West Indies people who are of mixed heritage, that's because they bred Irish females with black males. The English did that. They instituted a breeding program.
I mean, it's a sad fact that slavery is just a part of human history in general.
It's a sad chapter, but I hate when people start saying, and they downplay what's happened to these people. They downplay what's happened in general. Every race has been enslaved.
The Great Wall of China is built on the corpses of millions.
Gosh.
And people walk on it.
Did so many horrible things. China is very much like Britain in the way that they oppressed all of their neighbors. Everybody suffered from China. The Siamese, which is Thailand now, by the way. They all suffered. Burma.
The Namon tribes.
The Hmong, the Namon, everybody, the Vietnamese, the Laotians, the Cambodians, everybody had to suffer for them.
That's why I love the Mongols. They kicked a boot in their ass.
Yeah, the Mongols put a boot in their ass. But they were doing a lot of bad things going way back to the first, second Han. It doesn't matter. I can give you all of their history, their lineage. It's awful. They estimate that there are no less than 300,000 people that died building the wall in this one century. And it didn't just take 100 years. That was the first because they stopped recording it after that. And the estimates are as high as over 100,000 people are buried inside of that wall.
Mm-hmm.
So that's history, folks. And everybody's walking around on it.
People got to come away from that.
I'll
wall
never
of
go to that
attachments.
place.
You're walking on people's
I would
graves.
never go there. I think it's a marvel, but I would look at it from pictures.
Yeah. You come home with an attachment.
You come home with more than attachment. That's like a deep hatred that you can't explain.
Yeah, I can tell you this. The whole thing with Vietnam is a whole quagmire. I can get into it. And there's a reptilian element there that I'm going to talk about one day, but not tonight. These people went through absolute hell. And when their daughter started playing with a little girl, they were really worried. And then one day the little girl reappeared and she was in the barn up in the loft. And the little girl, she's like, hey. At this point, she knew the little girl's name. And she says, is your name so-and-so? And she's like, yes, it is. And she literally just jumps down. I don't think this spirit was evil. And I'll tell you why. Because she said, don't do that. The little girl told her, you can't do that. If you do that, you'll break your legs. You'll be hurt. And she says, I got to tell you a secret, but I can't tell you out here. I can't tell you anywhere inside of one of these buildings. We have to go into the woods. She goes into the edge of the woods, and this is weird. She tells her, don't ever walk into these woods alone. And the little girl's like, why? She says, there's a monster in these woods. Sometimes he's here in the woods, and sometimes he's at his house. That part, we never did figure out what it was. But the little girl asked her to describe the monster, and the little girl described what basically would be a werewolf. So even though it doesn't really make an appearance here, let's just call that a cameo.
Yeah.
So there was somebody around there that was doing something. But the little girl never did see it. And she told her, promise me that you won't go into these woods. And she says, I won't go. I won't do it. She says, but you have vampires in your house. She's like, they are drinking your mommy's blood. Tells the little girl this. Her daughter. I know, because I spoke to this little girl who's now older. Hey, what's up, Bigfoot Rob? Happy Easter, guy. The mother starts feeling sick, weak. She goes, Wolf, I look in the mirror and I look like a corpse. My husband, same thing, but not nearly as bad as me. She's like, I was developing a shock of gray hair in my head, and I'm going like, what in the hell is going on? Why am I, looking this bad? She's like, I became a mom at an early age. She's like, Jack and I got together. I mean, it happens. Jack got married because she got pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
He was 18. She was 17.
I mean, it didn't work out.
But I mean, so she was young. And she's like, I'm not that young. I'm not that, my children are teenagers. She's like, and I'm not that old. So she's like, my son, I was 17. She's like, so I was like 34 years old when and I started getting gray hair. She's like, and then she's like, I started the bloodlust. And I'm like, what do you mean? That's her exact words, not mine. I always say, if it's my words, it's my words, her words. I said, what do you mean? Describe this to me. She said, I go to the grocery store. This gives me the chills too. She goes, I go to the grocery store and I hear something telling me, get this, get that. And I go on a shopping spree and I end up with all this bloody meat. But you already know this part. Mm-hmm. Y'all have heard it. You've heard it. And she's like, I couldn't even wait to get the meat home. I started opening up the hamburger meat, and Anthony already knows. What was she doing?
She's munching on it in the vehicle.
She was eating it.
Just like raw hamburger meat.
Put it in the passenger seat.
In the passenger seat. She was eating it. Yeah, she told us that.
Box of donuts.
And then she gets home, and she starts unpacking it, and Jack's coming down the stairs, and he's like, what's for dinner? What's going on here?
Having a barbecue or something?
Am I gonna exactly? I was gonna. Okay, but yeah, he goes, "Am I gonna barbecue some meat, or what are you gonna eat?" Because I thought we were gonna eat some meatloaf, asparagus, and you were going to have, this salad, whatever. She's like, I feel better. I feel better. And he looks and he sees this 2-pound package of hamburger meat partially eaten, and opened, and he's like, "What happened to this, Kate? What's going on here?" And she goes, "Oh, I dropped it and it opened up. It's so weird." She goes, and I would drink the blood and eat this meat and I would get all. I was like, well, yeah, because you're freaking anemic. Mm-hmm. But it was also a spiritual high. She says, I got to the point where she's like, I thought about looking at cows and goats and sheep and my neighbors, and we had a few, and I thought maybe just try and.
It's like watching the Food Network.
Yeah. She's like, and then these animals started to become nervous around her. They began to try to get the heck away from her. They had a mule that they had inherited. Sweet Sue was the mule. The mule's name was Sweet Sue. She goes, and that mule, I was in there with my daughter. My daughter would play with her all day long. And I go over there to get my daughter. She goes, and my eyes began to where I couldn't see in the daytime. They would burn, they would water. And that mule would not let me get my daughter. It tried to bite me. It kicked at me. And thank God now that mule was telling me, get the hell away from this child. She's like, and one day, my little daughter, who had the same ability as Jack, but way more, way better. She says, Mommy, you have a man on your back. She's like, and he has friends and they come and they are eating you. She's like, what? That's crazy. She's like, who told you this? She says the little girl's name. I'm not going to say out of respect. She says, she told me that they're vampires. And she goes, I lost it, dude. She goes, Wolf, I was never like this with my kids. And I grabbed her and I shook her. And I was like, let me tell you something. She's like, that little girl's a liar. She also told you that there's a freaking werewolf in the woods. Do you see a werewolf? And she just sat there looking at me with her eyes all big. And she's like, I said, do you see one? Have you seen one in the woods? Have you seen any of these beings, these vampires? Get all this crap out of your head before I beat it out of you. She's like, I had never lost it or talked to my children like that ever. She's like, and she just started crying. And she's like, Mommy, I love you. And then she's like, my heart just melted. I let go of my kid. And when she told me this part, that really touched me because I was like, holy crap. The kid was just being honest to what it saw, what she saw, it being those things. She saw them. It was feeding on its mother, on her mother. The little girl goes to the bedroom and goes to sleep. Good night, Monica. I'm glad you started listening to our channel. Thank you for coming over from L.A. Marzulli. That's awesome. And L.A.'s a friend, and I wish him and his people all the best and happy Easter to them and you too. But it was very sad to hear that because she says, I became another person. I don't even know if I was a person anymore. Oh, my gosh. She said, I started craving blood. She's like, and I would put raw meat into the blender and blend it into like a shake that I used to drink a shake, you know?
Yeah.
And she did that Herbalife crap for a little while. She said I was, she called it
that scam,
something else, but she called it something. She said it was like Herbalife, but it was something else. But she said your husband thought it was, and she's like, well, what is it? She goes, oh, I'm putting beets in there. And I drink beet juice, you know.
Starts juicing with raw meat.
Yeah. She's like, and then it got to where I was draining the meat and I was drinking the blood. She's like, and then it would help me a little bit. Like I could focus. I would get kind of high off of it. And I said, you didn't think this was, she's like, I knew it was twisted. It was whacked out. I didn't know what was going on. Had these weird dreams. She said I was in the bathtub and I started tearing my skin off in the bathtub. And I looked in the mirror and I was this hideous demon looking creature. Looks like those immortals from the Temple of Shay that Joel, Gerald, Charles, Eve, and Samantha and all them, Carlos, when they told us about these beings. She said that I began to look skinny. She's like, I began to look really thin. I was starting to look like emaciated. She's like, and I got more and more pale and I got really sick. She goes, and eventually, she's like, I was downstairs trying to carry some laundry and I see this winged being at the top of the stairs and it was just staring at me. And she's like, and at this point, I wasn't even afraid. She's like, they were communicating with me now and I could understand them. And it told her, come to me. And she did. She's like, and then I go into this closet and I stand there in this closet in the hallway. She's like, and I could feel this entity on my back. She's like, and I was like, this thing was telling her, I'm going to heal you. You're going to be okay. The condition, she accepted it. When it said that, it was like, do you want me to help you? And she said, yeah. She told it, yeah. And I was listening to this and I was just getting more and more disheartened. I was like, oh my gosh. I told her, I asked her, I said, what happened? She said, I got better. The gray hair started to recede. Believe it or not, it went back to my normal color. She's like, and I started to gain weight. I got healthier. She goes, but I had to drink blood on a regular basis to the point where I had to find somebody. There was 2 towns over because she was introduced to somebody. Get this. Some random person at the pharmacy comes up to her and tells her, hey, if you need somebody for your condition, I can help you. Who the hell was this person? She don't know who this person is. She'd never met this person before. And this person says, I have the same affliction, the same condition. So there are these people that live amongst us that will donate their blood to these vampires. So at that point, I asked her, I said, wait a minute, back up. This person came to you, and she's like, yeah, they knew me. She's like, once I got to talk to them, they told me, they were like, oh, you've been marked. The children of the immortals, they call these beings. They're like, you have them at your house. One of them, they said, had come over from another country. They live in these caves. And one of the places they live in South Vietnam, there is this cave there where they have been seen. And like I said, some of them live in Baumut, Petra. Some of them live in different places. Baalbek. There's all these different holes and places they come out of. That's what this is, to me, the original immortals. They're the ones that brought this virus, disease, whatever. This is what I believe. You don't have to believe it. If you don't want to, don't believe it. This is the truth. You can look these people up. You can look this up online right now. I promise you, you'll find it. There are people who actually drink human blood because they are possessed of a vampiric spirit. And there are people who will gladly donate it. I'm not even joking. It's the truth. You can look it up. I haven't even looked it up, but I believe this because I've already heard this about 100 times of this kind of weird behavior. But you want to go get to the root of the problem, not just assembly line retelling of stories that just, you can come up with people's stories and just retell their stories and have them tell their stories and them tell their stories, retell their stories. Where are we getting with this? You need to be aware. So she goes 2 towns over 3 times a week to drink blood from this woman who's a donor. And these vampires pay her.
So she's like a familiar.
So she asks these human they're basically vampiric. She's like, what am I? And they're like, you're becoming one of us. One of us. One of us. Google go. And they're like, you're blessed. And they're all like, yes, you're blessed. You've been blessed by the immortals. You have one in your house. And he has his children with him. Wow.
Thanks. Having a great time here.
Step right up, folks. Get your own immortal vampire. Comes equipped with its own little entities that follow it around and do its evil bidding. Become a member of the Dark Lord. You get with your membership anemia, sickness, parasites, losing hair, turning into a naked mole rat. And if you're really lucky, you get to become one for all eternity.
Send check or money order to the address across the screen.
I'm a valuable customer, and I don't leave the home without one.
Folks, don't forget to put your name in green. We definitely, with it being Easter tonight, we're going to do 3 people on the giveaway. So it's $5 to enter, and then you can join and John Maddox. I'm not going to repost that. So she starts living a double life away from Jack, her husband, who does not know what she's doing. So then one day he tells her, he's like, look, you keep leaving. He thinks she's having an affair. He goes, what is wrong with you? He goes, you're looking a lot better. But what's wrong with you? Why are you cheating on me? And she's like, I'm not. She's like, you keep leaving. He goes, friend of ours, mutual friend, saw you, and this 2 towns over. He saw you. And you're with this guy. He's like, I love you, but if you're cheating on me, I don't want to be with you. You need to get out of my house. And she's like, well, it's not your house. And she's like, well, then who is it? She's like, it's our house. And then she said, and this house belongs to him. And he's completely confused. He's like, what? Who's him? Is this the guy you're seeing? And she's like, no, it's the one that healed me when you did nothing. She's like, I heard you talking behind my back. You were downstairs and you were telling the kids that I'm crazy. So she was hearing all this stuff, and he was like, I never said any of this crap. What are you talking about? Her oldest daughter and the son, they both had a little bit of this ability too. And they were like, Mom, there's something here in this house. It's tricking you. It's deceiving you. You're not the same. And she's like, you're all crazy. She's like, I knew that it was me that was crazy. She's like, and I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was at that point, and I was embracing it because I had no other choice. But she goes, I started jogging one day. She goes, and I ran 6 miles. 6 miles down a country road. She's like, and I turned around. She's like, I feel like I could do anything. She's like, we had this satellite on the roof, and it messed up. She goes, I climbed up on the roof, fixed it, jumped back down, and didn't do anything to me. She's like, I felt like I was turning into a superhuman. How's this possible? And she said that this thing fully appeared to her in the bathroom. Fully appeared to her. And it liked to show up when she was nude, when she was in the bathroom. I said, what did it look like? She's like, just like a naked man, but demonic and very tall. And she would see these other smaller ones that would kind of linger around it. She'd see them around the house, but this thing was like so tall, like it had to squat down to talk to her. She's like, and it was like fully flesh. I could feel it touch my body. She's like, and I felt sick and disgusted when it would do these things to me. And it would show up when my husband was gone and be on top of me in the bed. And she goes, and then I would get weak for 2 or 3 days, and then I would have to go and drink more blood. And this went on for like 1.5 years. She said I was getting more and more close to these people, and they were telling me about my abilities and what I could do and how blessed I was to have this horrible entity, this demon over me. And then something happened. She told her sister. She's like, my sister has a big mouth. And she ran and got their preacher that they used to go to when they were in the other town. And they made the drive across the state. And they showed up to talk to her. And she did not want to see them. But they went in the house anyway. Showed up with her sister, her mother, all and these people that loved her. It was like an intervention. And she screamed and yelled. And when they tried to hold her down, she was so strong that she was throwing them across the room. This preacher did not expect all this, and he was not prepared. And he thought, oh, this is just a demon, whatever. No. When this demon has been getting supplication in the form of human blood, it becomes something else. This right here, folks, is what they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you that these demons, these vampiric demons, are supremely powerful. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Sounded like it was on the roof.
Felt it too.
Yeah. They have a very strong power because they're getting fed by the flesh and the spirit. That's very important to know. And so they are essentially running roughshod over her life. She's like, I knew you were going to come. My friends told me. These 2 people that were vampires. They were a couple, male and a female. The husband looked into them, found out that they were in a cult and that they had been arrested years before for a satanic ritual, a cult. She's like, years later, she tells me, she's like, yeah. She's like, I found out that they were Satanists, and then they started to dabble into going deeper into it, and they became Not just, oh, I'm going to do what I will and worship myself, as Satanists say, whatever. They found this deity to worship. And I'm not going to say the name of it. But this entity is a very powerful and ancient entity. And it is one of the oldest of these beings. These other beings, like the one that she was having all this crap with, is like one of its descendants. And supposedly this being is still alive and he lives within the earth. This is what she said, not my words. When she began having this de-evolution, this dehumanization, she began eating. It was just a strictly like, if I ate food, it was raw meat. She's like, I was always sick to my stomach. And then I started to vomit up this black sludge. I said, yeah, I bet you did. And she turned into something completely different. Her eyes were like pink and glazed over all the time. And the doctor, she wouldn't go to a doctor. So they had a doctor come to her and they looked at her and said, she's got big problems. Jaundiced and just abnormal. Horrible, horrible stuff. And then we, as a culture, we romanticize this crap. Like these beings are some kind of special thing. And if you feel like you're special from being whatever, you are special. You're special ed. I'm going to Hawaii. Yay. Going to Hawaii. Yay.
You mean they're not the chosen one? Like in every video game and every movie and every TV series ever?
Yeah, they're all sparkly and beautiful.
You're not a special chosen one. Just another maggot.
I mean, you look like Count Orlok and not Edward.
So, what ends up with this woman? She ends up, they pray over her. The house literally shakes. There were 8 people that were there at that time. Now, 3 of them have since deceased. They were older, but she's like, my family, my daughter, my son, they were told they needed to leave. They stayed. She's like, so there were 8 adults there that prayed. Now, they didn't see, not all of them saw this, but her husband, and of course her son, her youngest daughter, the preacher, and her sister. And there was another person that was there too, but like there were a few other adults. Like there was her mother, and then there was another guy, and then her stepdad, whatever. But the entity revealed itself. It came out from below her, from the bed, and its head appeared like ethereally through her solar plexus and came up and went into the ceiling and was gone. They prayed for her, and they prayed for her for 3 hours for deliverance. Luckily, one of the people, not luckily, it was no luck. It was, this is what happens. This person brought the proper, they brought holy water, they brought salt, they did their homework. It was this preacher's friend from another, and he was prepared. And he was Catholic. And this preacher teamed up with this guy. Now, we've heard this kind of stuff before. There was a deliverance that was done on one of the episodes we did of a creature like this. The one in, was it Guatemala? Or where was it at?
Yeah, I think it was
Belize.
Guatemala.
It was one of those countries. Anyways, they did a deliverance. And at the time, I didn't realize like that entity, we didn't call it a vampire. Mm-hmm. We didn't know what it was. And now we do. And there was a werewolf type creature involved too. But it is vampiric, folks. It absolutely is vampiric. Can we get some more likes there, folks? Please go like and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps the channel a lot. I know money's tight. A lot of people can't help, donate or things like that. But and also become a member. Get your name in green so we can you can be entered into the giveaway, and we can send you some merch. I think we found some shirts.
Yeah, found some shirts.
We found, like what sizes?
We don't have a lot of them, but we do have some 2X and some of the shirts that some of the sizes we were missing. We have a couple.
Because I thought we did. We tore the. Well, I didn't. You guys did. I made you. I was like whipping them. Find those shirts. So we found some in the storage room because there's just boxes and boxes and stuff everywhere. So Tony and Maddie found some. And yes, Maddie, a great way to support the show is through the Patreon. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 tier. And you get great swag. It's pretty cool. It's just an awesome. And we're going to be doing some Q&As with the whatever. We're going to try and do at least once a month. I'm just so busy right now. And now doing the show 4 days a week is really 5 days a week if you count the podcast. We have the podcast 1 day a week and then the lives 4 nights a week. Okay, I got to hold on 1 second. All right, folks, we just had to deal with some stuff. We have a noise complaint, and Tony and Anthony had to head out. They'll be back. Matt McKinney says, "Did I go poo poo?" No, I didn't. I'm dealing with work. Ridiculous. Three noise complaints back to back to back, and so we had to get a hold of the guard and have them go over there and check it out. Looks like we lost quite a few people. Very impatient people, man. It doesn't take much, and they're just like, "Well, see ya. He's dead." No, we're here. So this woman, she ends up, and I'm sorry, folks, I have a job. I have to deal with stuff. This is not my job. I wish I could, but I don't make enough money to do this. Doesn't pay enough to pay the bills. But you can help me remedy that by telling everybody you know to come and listen. And if you can get people to come and like and subscribe and give us views and pay attention, go a long ways to, keeping us going here. So anyways, freaking message, dude. I'm bear with me. I hate my job. I used to like it. It used to be like a job is like a fun job. It's still a job, but it's just like, I just can't anymore. I'm so sick and burned out of it, dude. Can't have a moment's peace with this job. You make money, but it's like, at what cost? My health, everything else. It's freaking dangerous. And it's gotten more dangerous. And the city of Austin doesn't give a crap. They don't care. We're a sanctuary city. Everybody it doesn't matter what gang you're in, MS-12, MS-13, MS-14, MS-15, whatever gang. It doesn't matter. You're a vibrant dreamer. Come here and wreak havoc and hell on people. Poop in the street. That's what they do here in Austin. You know that? Don't come here to vacation. Do not come to Austin to vacation. Don't bring your family here and go downtown because you're in danger. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. Austin is a piece of shit. This the people that run the city, and if they want me to apologize, you apologize to me for destroying my city. These people are rotten. Yeah, exactly, Lawrence. They have destroyed most of America. This isn't even America anymore. We have one complex that's literally, I have nothing against the Venezuelans as people, but these are not all vibrant dreamers, folks. The entire complex there's two of them, two complexes on our route, completely overrun with Venezuelan people. And like I said, I have nothing against the Venezuelans. There's a couple that are waiters at a restaurant I love to go to, and there's a guy that owns a restaurant, he's Venezuelan. They're great, nice people. Those are good people. These people that we're dealing with over here, they're not vibrant dreamers. They were criminals, and they were kicked out. Yeah, I saw a fight at the gym the other day, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. One of my friends videoed two guys fighting. It was from the camera from a gym I used to go to all the time. And sure enough, it was an illegal. It wasn't from Mexico. He was from another country. I don't know what. I think he was El Salvadorian, but I may be wrong. Maybe Nicaraguan or something. I think he was El Salvadorian. And sure enough, man, he attacks a guy. The guy that he was fighting with is just. I know the guy. Like, I mean, that guy's. I've never seen that. He's Hispanic too. I've never seen him cause any problems. I don't think he's from Mexico either. He's a Hispanic guy. And he's his family is like Peruvian or something. I don't know, but he was just working out, and the guy goes over there and tries to hit him with a weight plate. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I was told that they tried to get the media to tell them, hey, look what happened. They didn't want nothing to do with it once they found out that the guy was an illegal alien. The other guy's a citizen here. His parents are from Peru, but he was born here. So they didn't want anything to do with it. Yeah. And we have to go and deal with this. Noise complaints today because it's Easter, because to those people, Easter is the time to just hang out on your balconies, even if you're in an apartment with 20 people up there drinking and smoking drugs. So that's what they do. That's Easter for them. That's what Easter is. Oh, yeah, Jesus did something, I don't know, but time to drink cerveza. So anyways, let me get back to this. Let me finish this up here. This woman, this is a very important message. She gets this prayer of deliverance. She says, and I asked her, I said, did it change? Was that it? She goes, nope. This demon came right back. She's like, I was outside doing my jog. Not because I needed to exercise. She's like, because my body was like, I was looking very youthful. She's like, I always looked younger than I was. I was in my 30s. People thought I was in my early 20s. She's like, and I was always just naturally in shape. I had pretty good genetics. But she said that this was crazy, man. She's like, I was just out there because I wanted to be out there. And she started to look at people as a source of food. Not as a cannibal, but as blood. And she would go, I would look at them and wonder what their blood tastes like. She's like, I never thought in a million years this could happen to me. She goes, and I'm absolutely 100% positive that if this was not for this vampiric entity, this never would have happened. This is not something that I had in my ability in my mind to be this way. She's like, it's like you're a vegetarian, and the next thing you know, you're wanting flesh and blood. She's like, it was the most bizarre thing that could have ever happened to me. She's like, and if it didn't happen to me, I would never have believed it. And she said that it got really bad. She's like, when they were praying for me that the entity had left, I started to sort of accept it, but then just said the words, and then it came right back, and I rejected everything they had said. She's like, and then it got to the point where I quit bathing because water, I just wasn't interested in having water on me. I didn't want it on me. She's like, and I'd be out running around, jogging, doing whatever, come home, and then I wouldn't bathe for like a week, and my husband would be like, you smell. What is your problem? You're digging out in the dirt or whatever. She would go out there and she would dig in the dirt. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, it was weird. She's like, I would smell like something, and I would dig and I could never find exactly what it was. She's like, but there was this blood smell that would come from the earth and I would dig for it. She's like, and sometimes occasionally I would run down an animal, wild animal, and I would exsanguinate it. Or she was drinking the blood of her animals. They had goats. She actually took one of them's life and drank the blood. So she got sick. And she told me, she's like, this happens more than people will admit. She goes, and for some reason, it's oftentimes females that are the victims of this because this thing is an incubus, a demon, and a vampire. It is. And it is not normal for anybody to do any of these things. Some of these people who are in these vampire cults are like, oh, it's perfectly normal to want to drink blood. It's just a condition or whatever. Bullshit. You want to sell me a bridge and, oceanfront property? You want to sell me an oceanside bridge in Arizona? You got one for those for sale? I don't believe it. Oh, yeah, it did. Satan went after the women. That's right. Maddie has a very good question. Do I think they're all vampiric? Yeah. Up to a certain degree. There's varying levels, though, of this vampirism. And let me tell you something. Why do you think that they didn't want these people to talk about this demon and talk about how it's a vampire? Thank you, Holly Jean. Why do you think that they're so interested in keeping the vampire into a fictional box? Yet the chupacabra, we talked about it, when was it? Friday night? We talked about it Friday night. Why does it drink blood? Why do you have goat-like entities attacking people and drinking blood? Wait till you hear the woman's story on Tuesday, the next 3 Tuesdays. I'm not going to give it away. These vampiric entities do what they do, exsanguinating blood and getting humans to do it for them because they're an attached being. I told her, she said that she was told about this being on the back of her and that it was vampiric to the extreme and that it was originally from Asia, Vietnam. When the woman had moved out that was living with them, she was from Vietnam. It had tried to attach itself to her child too. She believed, this is what she said, that this thing had made her pregnant, and it used her and her body as a host to make more of these entities. That's why there were 3 of them. The one she saw down in the basement wasn't the Big Daddy. That was one of the children. Right. This thing that it attached itself to was one of these direct descendants of the bloodline of the immortal. A type of demon. If you want to break it down, I will break it down after this is over and we'll finish talking to you, and I will tell you exactly what I think it is. But this is what happened, and this is why I think it's supernatural beyond anything we could possibly imagine. How long did it go on for, spilling tea? This went on for years. It went on for about 3 or 4 years. She was in the throes of this creature, though, for at least about 1.5 years, like completely when she knew what it was doing, like she was privy to what it was doing. But they lived there for a while. So this entity made her think it was like a privilege to do this. It was like an awesome thing. In the meantime, her son, they were out dove hunting or quail or dove hunting, I can't remember which, and they saw on one of the neighbors' roofs, it was a property that was abandoned, but the neighbors owned that land. They let them go hunt on it. And they saw one of these creatures, him and his friends, 2 of his friends, and it was sitting on the roof looking at them. And it had something in its mouth like a bird, and it was like holding the wings, and it was eating it like a physical creature. Then it took off and flew. But once it got up to a certain point in the sky, it just broke apart. Really weird. Really weird. And when you stop and you look at these creatures and you see what they are and you see what they do, there's no denying that these creatures are vampiric in their very nature. And this is something we've probably been dealing with for all this time. And we haven't been calling it what it is. We have not been saying what it is. Now you got people saying that we are overrun with them and that they control everything, they run everything, and yeah. But how long did we, all of us, me included, not know that this was really what was happening? Can anybody honestly say that they 100% knew that this is what we were dealing with from the beginning? No, you can't, because you don't know. I haven't heard anybody step up and say they were vampires, because that name gives this cartoony, goofy, Halloween mascot-y type name to it. These beings have been around for a long time, and that race, like I said, they come from another place. We'll talk about that, and I'll explain it to you. This situation that took place, she was told by this entity, and it would come to her in her dreams, and it would be like these waking dreams, and it told her that she needed to go and find somebody to exsanguinate, a living person, because it wanted the fresh blood of a living being. No longer content to just go and do with someone every couple, 3 weeks, whatever, that it wanted this person's life force completely. She said that she was beside herself. She was like, I can't do this. So this entity began to cause extreme pain in her back, to the point where she was bedridden for 3 days, and she began to age again, and she was going in reverse. And at that point, she had been in rebellion and was refusing to drink blood. Talking to me. I don't even live there anymore, but she was talking to me, and when she was outside, she's like, I have to go outside to talk about this because I feel like these things are still around. And they are. There's one that's still around her because I heard it. It's not the big boy, but it's still one of them. And she's like, I'm scared to even talk about this. I got to talk about it outside. Pray, talk about it. Pray, talk about it. Very, very dangerous, these entities are. And then something happened to her. She just made up her mind she was going to fight back. She had a dream. Well, she thinks it was a dream. And in the dream, she was visited by her grandmother. And her grandmother was a very, very, very devout Christian. And she told her, she says, I want you to meet someone. This is a dream she had. She said she saw this light. She says, this is Jesus. And I was like, you met Jesus? She goes, well, I saw light. I didn't see a body or anything. And she's like, and this voice spoke, and it was like it spoke through me, into me, and it healed me. And it says, in my name, be healed. Do you accept this? She says, yes. She's like, do you accept me? She says, yes. She had not accepted Christianity. She had not accepted Christ. And she said, do you believe in me? She said, yes. That night, she didn't wake up. The next morning, Jack found her unresponsive, in a comatose state. She was so anemic, she got very ill. She ended up being rushed to the hospital. She went to a hospital, and they ran tests on her. They did everything they could. They said she was extremely anemic, to the point of like she was on death's doorstep. She was very low on blood. Her cousin was a match. They got her to come. And she gave her blood. Her aunt couldn't help it. She said to me, I was there just talking to my grandmother and to Jesus, and there were these other two beings on either side, and they looked like angels. Yes, she had to get transfusions, Rita. She had to. She was dying. Her cousin and her sister gave blood. Sister, the one that was worried about her and her cousin that were very close. Her aunt lived not too far from her, and her aunt was just on her knees praying. And she said, my aunt's one of the most devout people I ever met in my life. She was laying on the floor by the bed. And she said at this point, she heard this arguing and yelling. And she says, I look over, and she goes, and I could see the bedside. This side over here was like a light, and there was this stuff going on. She's like, and I see this little woman that I recognized as my aunt, and she was doing battle. She had this cross, and she was like, "Get out of here. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you." And she looked, and Jesus said, "You can help her, but it's up to you. She's fighting for you." This is what she said. And then she looks over to the front of the room, and there was the entity right there. It was standing right there, and he was stomping its feet. And her aunt was by herself, all 5 foot of her. So she was 90. She said, "My aunt says she's 5 foot. She's 4'11". She's tiny. She lies about her height. You know, she's like Maddie. They're diminutive. They lie about their height, but we forgive them.
Oh, these short people, they're full of deceit. Can't trust them.
My wife's short, but she don't lie about her height. She's like, "I'm 5'1.5" She is. But you say you're 5 foot, Maddie. Let's be honest. We're not talking about when you walk around with the lifts, all right? So this entity is standing there in the doorway. And it's demanding her to get off of that bed and come to it because it can't enter the room. And Jesus, the voice that she says was Jesus, she said, "Accept me. Come to the Father through me. You will be blessed." And denounce this being, this entity, this creature. And she did. And she said, with tears in my eyes, she goes, "I opened them and I could feel the tears." She's like, and my aunt was standing there, and I told my aunt, I said, "I'm here." And she's like, looks over, and all she saw was this entity standing there. And she denounced it in the name of Christ. And then her heart, she said everything went black. Her heart stopped, and they had to come in and resuscitate her. And the aunt was crying and freaking out. They got her stable, and over the next week, she recovered. Her blood levels went back to normal. Her white blood cell count became normal. Everything stabilized, and they said it was like a miracle that she was alive. And they don't know how she was up walking around before that. She asked her aunt a few days after the whole ordeal. She says, "What did this being look like?" She goes, "I just saw a black, like fuzzy black entity. Like it was like static."
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've heard this.
Yeah.
The static thing. She's like, "That's all I saw." She goes, "No, I saw her." She told her aunt, she goes, "I saw what it was, this vampiric demonic entity with wings." I asked her too, I said, in your conversations with this entity, what would it tell you? She said that this thing told her, "I am death. I am life." Like it is, like it's a both thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I told her this, I said, "It's full of crap. There ain't no life in this thing. It belongs dead, and it should stay dead." Yes, she did. In fact, the rabbit in the basement, good question. She actually did go up and pick it up, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
And she said that it dissolved, like it was melting. The insides of it were melted.
Mm-hmm.
She would find animals prior to her becoming like this. She would find animals exsanguinated around the house, rabbits, birds. She found like a big, weird pile of bugs in the corner. I mean, she said like a foot high of just different kinds of bugs. Beetles and scorpions, spiders, everything you could imagine, moths, everything just piled up in a corner like something was killing them. It was very weird, very gross. Just nasty beings. She said when she went home and she used the restroom, she found these, I don't want to get graphic here, folks, it's gross, but it was black sludge came out of her with these worm-like creatures.
Parasites.
She said it was like Christ touched her, she knew mentally what to drink, what to take. She gave me a solution. I'm not going to tell you to do this. I'm not going to tell you what it is because somebody might go and get sick, get a stomach ache, and be like, "Oh, Wolf told me to do this to ward off vampires." I know how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I've told people I know in my real life, a few people, but whatever. But this is what happened to her. She said, and then one day, she's like, we're at a birthday party. My aunt's, my cousin's children, they were at a birthday party. And the youngsters had a bouncy house. She's like, and I'm there and I feel this pressure in my eye. And you know, the right eye is the evil eye that it connects to the left side of the brain, the analytical side. And she's like, and I felt this pain and this pressure, and I go into the bathroom. She goes, and I feel this something wiggling in my eye, and I squeeze it, and this blob of black came out the corner of my eye, and it was almost like a worm, and then it just sort of dissolved and went down the drain. And she was just like, what in the hell was that? And I told her, I said, it's part of the sickness. That's what it was. It's what it is. Yes, Lola. Perfect way to say that. She was purged. She said, I pray every day. I'm devout. I said, do you still run 6 miles? She goes, nope. Don't have that ability. She's like, all those things, climbing trees, all the weird things she was doing. She goes, I couldn't do any of that. She's like, now I go to the gym pretty regularly and I'm in shape. She's like, I'm very athletically built. She's like, but I don't, she's like, and I'm not interested in people seeing me and hearing about it, whatever. She goes, and I'm glad that television show didn't want me to tell you, because I don't think I could do it. It would have just been my kids talking about what that would happen to them. But I told her, I said, you still have one of these things around you because I heard it. And she's like, oh yeah, me too. She's like, and we're still doing battle with it. But the problem is that it's on her daughter's boyfriend. And when they're there, it's there. And her daughter and this guy have been together for 3 years and they're not married. And they won't get married because he doesn't want to get married. But he's got something attached to him now. And she goes, when they leave, it goes with him. And the daughter is still affected by it. She's, you know. So I don't know him. I'm not going to talk about him. I'm not going to talk ill of a guy I don't know. But that's just, you know.
But the daughter, she's not aware of it. She hasn't seen it.
This is the oldest daughter. Okay. She's seen it. The little daughter's seen it too, like when she saw that thing under the bed. And she said eventually she saw it hiding under the bed. She goes, I look, and there was this bald, beige-looking creature under the bed just looking at me, like, you know. And she goes, I fell backwards onto the dresser, terrified me. She went from being absolutely disgusted and terrified to being, you know, sort of ambivalent and then almost appreciative of these weird creatures. It's disgusting. And these people that give themselves over willingly to this, like, what in the hell is wrong with these people? What kind of sickness do you have in you? Do you really think they're going to give you some ultimate power and it's going to give you all this, whatever, blah, blah, blah? But here's the cool part. When she finally got out of the hospital, when she was delivered from this, guess what day it was? Good Friday. So she gets out of the hospital, then I guess the next day or whatever. I think she said it was the next day. It was Good Friday. She's like, and I was tempted that night by this being trying to come back, and I had to stand up in my bed. I stood up in my bed and started to demand that it leave my house. And it wasn't that being. She goes, it was one of the smaller ones. And she goes, and I feel like I banished that one. The smallest, the weakest one is the one that has gotten bigger, though, and stronger because it's feeding off of her daughter's boyfriend. And she said, my daughter's life right now is misery because this guy is completely taken by this thing. She said, I went to church for the first time since I was a child. She's like, I went to Easter. I go, do you still eat raw meat? She goes, no. She's like, medium well. I eat meat just like a normal person, and I eat vegetables like a normal person. I'm not a vegetarian, and I'm not a carnivore. She's like, and I'm not overweight. I'm not skinny. I'm not anything. I'm athletically built, and I'm just who I'm supposed to be. And to me, that is the final victory that Christ won for us. Think about it. She said it's an amazing miracle. I said, yes, it is. But when you stop and think about it, it's really minor compared to what Jesus has done. He brought a guy back to life that was dead for 4 days. His name was Lazarus. Can you imagine what Lazarus was doing when Jesus called him back? What was that like? Who was he talking to? What was he doing? Imagine if he's up there talking to Elijah. Elijah's like, hey, brother, how are you? He goes, he always has that British accent. Well, I don't even know if I'm in the right place. 1 minute I was there. I was waiting on my friend Jesus. The next thing you know, I'm up here. You're where you're supposed to be. In the bosom of Abraham, brother. And of course, they all start talking about Jesus. Mm-hmm. Abraham, Moses, and I. They all know. I know, Lord God. Blah, 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 and they all give their testimonies. Elijah's like, I was taking up in a whirlwind. And Lazarus is going, wow, that's amazing. All these things happened to you. Moses is like, he talked to me in the form of a burning bush. David's like, he gave me a stone to kill a giant. What about you, Lazarus? This is Daniel. He's like, he shut the mouths of the lions for me. And Lazarus is like, I don't want to sound arrogant or anything. I'm just going to say you have amazing stories. Jonah, yours, it's pivotal, riveting. But I knew him in a way that none of you ever did. You see, Jesus was my friend. I walked with him and talked with him. He would come over to my house after church, and my sisters would wash his feet. I watched him feed the 5,000. I was there when he cured the blind. I watched him make the lame walk, and the deaf hear, and the mute talk. So I appreciate all you guys and your testimonies. But I walked with him and talked with him, broke bread with him. The next thing you know, he's like, mid-sentence, you hear, Lazarus. It's funny. It's almost like I could hear him saying my name right now. Like I was saying, Lazarus. Do y'all hear that? And they're all like, yeah. Lazarus, come forth. Lazarus, I command you, come forth. And he's like, hey, guys, I think I got to go. Lazarus turns around and he's like, Jesus, Lazarus, Jesus, Lazarus, arise. Death has no hold over you, and soon that final battle will be fought, and I'm going to take the keys of life and death forever. And death, he's just like, what? This isn't fair. The devil is there, and he's angry. And he's just like, you're doing this. This isn't the appointed time. Why are you doing this? And Jesus is like, you've deceived my people for so long, and you've done so much evil, and now they're going to have the ability to fight back. And the devil's like, it doesn't matter. I have an army. We drink your children's blood. We feed your children right back to your children. It's never going to end, Jesus. And Jesus says, maybe it won't end until the final bell rings. But for right now, this round belongs to me. Lazarus, arise. 4 days. And his disciples, they were like, well, Jesus, why are you taking your time? He stopped to like pick apples and minister to people. And he says, don't worry about what I'm doing. Because he knew that Lazarus was fine and that he was going to bring him back as a testimony. Just a small taste of what was to come. Because when Jesus arose, when that tomb was emptied and the Pharisees went and they saw that he was not there, they were angry. They went to the authorities and they said, why is this tomb empty? Somebody took the body of this man. We should have burned it. They wanted to burn it. Wouldn't have mattered. Jesus is beyond life and death. That's what the resurrection is, folks. He gave us the victory over these beings. And only someone who was like Katie, was not in Christ, not in the Spirit, was able to succumb to them. Because you have the ability to fight. That's what Easter means to me. It doesn't mean Easter or whatever you want to call it, Ishtar. It's irrelevant, really, what they call it. It was during the time of the Passover, which follows the lunar calendar, so it is a different time every year. Who knows what the exact day or time it was? Jesus died on the cross. And a lot of people believe, and there's a whole bunch of different versions of this, and I've read a bunch of them. He descends to hell or to Hades, whatever you want to say, and he ministers to people, gives people a chance to come back. Some people believe he was there to help the people from the old covenant. I don't believe that. I don't believe it in the same way that most people do. I think that those people were already taken care of. God's not going to just leave you there to languish in Sheol. Jesus goes and he administers to these people. He says, you want to believe, you want to leave. So, in other words, if you want to leave, believe, follow me. And he freed these people. He freed the captives that were being held in bondage. And he took the keys from death and he says, these belong to me. Satan has held sway long enough in this world. He was sent by the one most high to pull us out of this nightmare mess that we're in. Mess that's been created for us, a trap, a false reality, where these vampiric entities play God. They're not gods. You ever heard that? I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. That's what they do. And everybody falls for the tricks. Folks, Jesus isn't asking you to be him. He's not asking you. You can't, because he is the Son of God. You are a child of God, but you are not his only begotten son. There was only one perfect man. I'm not him, neither are you. Don't be so hard on yourself and beat yourself up for sinning. I do it all the time. I make mistakes. And the other day I was accusing people of misplacing something that maybe I misplaced it myself, or maybe it was a trick by something. I don't know, but it was, you can't get mad and start doing whatever. That's a sin. Jesus commands us to love one another infinitely and forgive one another. And I do every day. The people that wrong me, they do it every day. They wake up and they do it. And I forgive them the minute they do it. I don't care. What happened to this woman is a testimony. And I told her, I said, Kate, this is a testimony. This is a story of deliverance. And get this. If you believe in coincidences, you're crazy, because we were going to tell this story on Wednesday without the whole, the dramatic ending. I didn't even have it. And then we were going to tell it on Friday. Remember, Anthony?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, hey, we'll just tell it on Sunday. And then I was going to do a talk about the resurrection. This story did it for me. Because this isn't a story. This isn't just an encounter. This is the testimony to the power of God's victory over evil. Folks, these entities, I promise you, they are real. These are real beings. They are evil. They hover between life and death. They love that little area where they can be both an agent of death. They can wield the power of life and death over us. They don't have that power unless you allow it or you give it to them. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because when Jesus went to hell, you know what he did? He took the keys. He went down there to take the keys and seize them from the Shaitan. The Shaitan, not just one being. It's a race of being. It's a massive amount of these monsters. And he walked in there, just strode in, full of light and love. You can't touch me. The Word made flesh, the Son of God, the most beautiful thing that has ever existed. The most perfect person that's ever existed. And he walked in there and he says, I am the Son of Man. Do you know that you can call him the Son of God? And they're just like, they probably get angry, roll their eyes. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we can't do anything. It's God, you know. But you know what really burns them is when you tell them, it's Jesus. I'm the Son of Man. They're like, Everyone must bow down to the Most High. It's not even a question. You're not even a speck of dust to God. But you now are saying that you are above us as the Son of Man. Jesus told everybody, everywhere he went, all throughout the New Testament, I am the Son of Man. Do you know why that's important? Do you have any clue why that is so freaking important? I'll tell you why. Because with those words, that simple sentence, I am the Son of Man, he is acknowledging that he is of the flesh. He was begotten of a woman, the Holy Mother, Mary, virgin birth. He's saying, I am man. And I give my followers that acknowledge me as the Savior dominion over you. I don't think people really understand that. They don't really know. When Jesus brought Lazarus back, go look it up. John 11. Is it John 11? Make sure that's what it is. Can you look it up?
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, you have dominion over these beings. You are man. You are man. You are God. You were made in the image of God. Now, we've had debates on here whether it was actually the one true living God, the Father of Christ, or if it was another being that did it. It doesn't really matter. It's really a moot point.
It's John 11.
John 11. Because all beings are beholden to God. We can create clones. We can make beings and make them ourselves from a clump of cells. That being is still, it still belongs to God. You could make Frankenstein's monster and it still belongs to God. You can create a golem, like in Jewish mysticism. They create these unalived beings. Still belongs to God. No matter what you do, you can put me within a matrix, within a matrix, within a matrix, within a matrix, like an infinity of the Russian dolls. It doesn't matter. I still belong to the God Most High, and he will pull me out. If I ask, God will pull me out. I believe this, 100% faith, 1,000% faith. If somebody came in here and blew me away, if I fall over dead, it doesn't matter because I belong to God. And so does everything else that lives, breathes, walks, crawls, flies, or swims on this planet and every other planet in the entire multiverse. You still belong to God. Christ came here to this plane of existence on this planet at that particular time to pull us out of a very bad time period, to pull us out of it so that we don't have to suffer. And when we're here, he made our path so much easier. He blazed the trail. He built this trail. He knocked it down through the woods of the darkness. All you got to do is walk down it and follow it. And there's going to be snares and snags. Why do you think God, in the Bible, it says to pray, save us from the snares and snags of the devil? You know the Lord's Prayer? Do you know it? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. When his disciples asked him how to pray, do you know what he said? Do you understand? Do you have any idea what he said? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Why did Jesus say that simple prayer? Do you know what that means? He says, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. He's already saying right there, thy will be done. It's going to happen. Give us this day our daily bread. Thanking him for your blessings, your food, the nourishment that you eat, your blessing, the food, right? So you don't have something unclean because they're parasites. And he says, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. When he says, lead us not into temptation, he's basically telling us that he knows God's not going to, you won't go astray. You will not be led astray. You will not be of the reprobate mind. Deliver us from evil. This is the evil. This is the darkness. This is the darkness. Forgive us our debts as we forgive those who are indebted to us. Forgive us our trespasses. Different versions, different trespass. There you are. Please forgive those who have trespassed and forgive us for our transgressions. So it's all wrapped into that. So when I pray, I say, Father, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask these things in the name of Jesus. May your will be done. I am a sinner. I have committed many sins. Forgive me for these sins. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you for allowing me to be alive. And thank you for my good health and my freedom. Be with and protect and give guidance unto those we love, care about, and are close to, and everyone that they love, care about, and are close to. If there's special people you need to pray for, especially so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Take us to our destinations, physically, mentally, and spiritually safe and sound. Allow us to have a good day and a good night. I also say something. What else do I say, Anthony? Do you know what I say?
Thank you for our good health and our freedom. And please allow us to keep these two things for as long as we may live.
Yeah. And I ask God to help me to find favor in the people's eyes. Help me to find favor in your eyes, especially, God. That people don't try to turn against me and hurt me or do things evil against me. Deliver me from the snares and snags and traps. There it is. Lead us not into temptation. Acknowledge that God is your better. Stop acting like you are God, because you're not. And I'm not either. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not the smartest man in the world. I'm not. I'm not the strongest man in the world. I'm not. Everybody has their own abilities. But you got them from somewhere. Remember where you got them from. Remember your roots. And remember, the Son of Man delivered you as God delivered him, because that was his only begotten Son. And him and the Father are one. And him, Lord God, and the Holy Spirit that transcends and goes through all of us. It ascends, transcends everything. And it flows through us all. It's the Holy Spirit of God. It is a miracle. The Trinity is a miracle. That is God. That is the essence of what and who God is. And I say in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Today is the day that we as Christians celebrate the resurrection. I don't care what the Muslims, Jewish people, Hindus, Buddhists, whatever they do. God bless them all. They have their own things that they do. I just know what we do and what I do. And what I do as a servant of Christ, as a follower of Christ, I give thanks on this day that he was resurrected. And I do my best not to be a sinner. I remember years ago, this was probably 25 years ago now, a long time ago, I got high and drunk on Easter. I did it one time. And I'm not one of those people that believes, oh, today's Sunday, let's keep it holy, whatever, because, you know, the disciples were eating grain and they got messed with by the Jewish Pharisees. Look, they're eating, you know, whatever. This is horrible, blah, blah, blah. Stone them. And Jesus is like, you guys keep one day for God. Every day belongs to my Father, not just one. So I'm not a big believer in this one day we go to church and act all dignified. I think you should be every day in church, in your mind, in your heart, your body, your soul. Every day belongs to him, not just one. So I don't like this. I don't like that. We just pick a day to behave. But on this day, it's special to me because he rose from the grave and he conquered death, which seemed like something that was unconquerable. And Jesus did it. And I can only imagine him striding into hell like I don't want to say OG, but, you know, like, I just can't imagine. And then there are other things when I think of Christ. Like when Satan took him up to the mountain, it's like, all the kingdoms of the world can be yours. And Jesus is like, can I go? I got things to do. I mean, I don't need your permission, but I'm trying to be polite here.
Are you finished?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you done now? Because I'm kind of busy here.
It's like that guy on the street corner. Hey, buddy, you worship me. I stole the street sign here. Let me see what I got part of a chicken wing. Couple days old, but it's still good, you know. Got this old sock. Oh, my prized possession. I stole this necklace from an old lady. I go, and a little bit of wine. Yeah, you just worship me, brother. And you're like, I'd like not to. Could you imagine?
Wouldn't be a hard choice.
It's not even a choice.
Yeah.
And Jesus is like, okay, now that we're done, I'll see you later. And the devil's like, yeah, I'll see you later. I'm going to kill you, Christ. I'm going to have you killed. My people will kill you. He's like, I have a whole army of pagans down there. And they're going to murder you. Their heart is hardened against the Son of God and the demons. They don't like you going around saying that you're the Son of Man. You think you have dominion over us? And Jesus is like, yes, I do. 100%. I'm the Word made flesh. God sent his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. That's also in John 3:16. One of the most important passages in the Bible, if not the most important passage. He tells everybody. It's a very simple thing, really. This woman was afflicted by a demon, also known as a vampire, and it nearly killed her. They said that her body had begun to shut down from blood loss. Blood loss from what?
Mhm.
To this day, she's like, they had no answer for what was going on. She's like, and my aunt, she was left alone. She's like, it was only for like an hour that she was supposed to be there alone. She had 3 people there with her. They had taken off. One of them had to go to work, and the other 2 went to get food. And she had to go back home and get her wallet, whatever. And she couldn't see real good. So the other woman had to drive her grandmother, mom, her aunt, all 4'10" of her. God bless her and rest her soul. She stood up alone, tears in her eyes, and faced that 9 foot, 10 foot. She goes, I don't know how tall it was. My aunt said it was like 9, 10 feet that she saw, like this black shadow. And she stood there. And she said that her knees were buckling. Her faith was shaking. She's like, and then that Sunday when they went to church, when they went to the Easter service, she said, my aunt cried. She laid down and cried at the altar. It just broke down crying. Her whole family began to cry. Tears of joy and deliverance. And her cousin, her aunt's oldest son, who had always rejected Christ, when the preacher says, anyone that wants to come up here and be saved, come up here. Come be saved. He walked up there. His wife, who was in the audience with him, tried to grab his hand and tried to pull him back. She was still in the throes of evil. She was not ever going to, and she, unfortunately, there are those that are hardened. She left him after he became a Christian because she's a devout witch. A lot of people suspect that she was behind this, but she wasn't. She did what she did. This was something more evil than anybody could conjure up. So he goes up there and he goes to his aunt and he's like, I'm sorry that you had to face this alone. And he looked up at the preacher and he looked up at her, at Kate, and he says, I'm a coward. I didn't go. He goes, because I needed to accept my sin and beg God for forgiveness, and I couldn't do it. I was too proud, and I didn't want his, like I say, his wife's name, but her to be upset with me. Because, you know, folks, we're too worried about what the world thinks of us. We're too worried about what the world wants us to think. What is the world going to think of me, Josh Turner? Do you know how many more people I could have in my chat? You know how many more people I could have on my show if I didn't address the evil and tell them to just, this is what is happening. This is the absolute truth. I could be one of those people that just lives and dies by the numbers. I could buy subs and views and use fake stories, AI, whatever. Have somebody write them for me or whatever the hell people that do the fake, I don't know. I don't know what they do, but anyway, or buying likes and comments and whatever. Because Lord knows I've hit hard times. I am not doing great financially. I worry at night sometimes when I'm doing my job. I'm like, am I going to be okay? I don't know if I'm going to make it. And then you hear that voice in your heart is, be still, for I am the Lord. Doesn't matter what happens, you have me. And God always reassures me, and I know that every battle I've ever fought has led me up to this point. Because I've seen demons. I saw a 9 to 10 foot demon in the house I used to live in down in South Austin. I saw that. I saw that demon. And I saw its wings spread and it go into my room. Did I know that it was a vampire at the time? No, I didn't. Was it? Absolutely. It was feeding off of my negativity. It was feeding off of all of us. It killed my fish over and over again. It killed them. Nothing wrong with the pH. I had a guy from the aquarium come. Nothing, and it killed them. Imagine the poor animals we had. We had one cat die of cancer. We had another cat. We had to I mean, it just, I can only imagine what my poor dogs were seeing and going through. And I paid lip service to God. I was not on the right path. I was just like, yeah, I'm a Christian. No, you were one of those Christians. No, you weren't really a Christian. You were just a person that was doing whatever they wanted to do because it was more convenient. And I suffered for it. My mouth has gotten me in trouble. My bad thoughts have gotten me in trouble. My lack of forgiveness has gotten me in trouble. But remember the Lord's Prayer. Forgive those who've trespassed against you. And you ask, forgive us for our transgressions and those who've transgressed against us. Forgive the debts. There's a ton of people out there that say, yeah, I'm going to pay you back. They're not going to pay me back, and I know that. And I don't even care. Because I know God will provide. He'll take care of us. He always has. And he may not provide in the way that you want him to provide. When you say, give us this day our daily bread, you may just get bread. But at least you're going to get something. You'll be okay. You may just not get all the perks because your reward is not here on this plane of existence. These really, really rich, powerful elites selling their soul for the mighty dollar. Do you know what a short-sighted deal that is? Do you know how freaking crazy you are for doing that? I had a guy the other day, I don't know if it's a guy, but somebody that emailed me and they told me, they said, you're a fool, Josh Turner. This is what they said. And Anthony knows that I get these crazy messages all the time. They said, you're going to die with nothing and God isn't going to be there for you. And I was like, why would God not be there for me? And I continued to read and I'm thinking, well, here comes the curse, you know? Mm-hmm. But something told me, go ahead and read it. It's okay. It's just this person's little goofy opinion. He says, this person said there was no God. And I said, the foolish man says in his heart that there is no God. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, be careful. He said, I wish that people would wake up to the reality that this is all, you know. He's like, I believe in what this stuff is and it's happening, but there's no God to save you from it. And I said, I feel sorry for you. I said, because every day I wake up and I do battle with these things. And I'm not no hero. I'm not St. George. Far from it. I'm just a goofy, fallible person with a bad head. I do. I have a little Campbell's Soup is Good Food head. I've always had a lot of meat on my cheeks. No matter how much I lose, I'm still just little Campbell's Soup is Good Food head. Look, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what matters is you having your heart right with God. And the only way to do that is through Christ. I promise you. He exists. Demons and the devils exist. And these vampires, unfortunately, exist. But because Christ came, the Son of Man, easily just say Son of God, right? End of story. But Jesus was a cool dude, man. He really was. Because he could have just been like, I'm the Son of God. You know, just whatever, get out of here. He liked to tell people, he would announce it. He goes, I'm the Son of Man. And, you know, that made the devils just so cotton picking mad. In the South, we say that, so cotton picking angry. Because that was a slap in their face. Because that meant that we, as mankind, had dominion over these devils. Isn't it glorious? And Jesus was like, I'm back. He's like, I showed you. It's kind of like how the devil and the evil, all that soft disclosure, you know how they do it? He gave them hard disclosure. He said, watch what I can do. Lazarus, come forth. Lazarus, I command you, come forth. And Lazarus is like, here I am, Jesus. Here I am, Jesus. He turns around, bye. Abraham and all you guys, I'll see you again someday. And Jesus is like, here he is. Tells his sisters, don't cry, we're fine. But then people say, Jesus was just a person because he's sad. He cried with his sisters. Yes, he did, because he wept because they were weeping, and he was sad because of their sadness, because it hurt his heart to see his children crying. Because that part of him that was God, that part of him knows. And as a human, he allowed his emotions. He was taken with the emotion of man as the Son of Man, but he was also the Son of God. Do you understand? He was both. He was a new breed of man. He was made of velvet and steel. And if we could just be a fraction of what he is, we could cure this world. We could heal it. We could do what is right, and we could drive out this wickedness, and we could stop these parasites who have infested every level of our societies. God says, turn your face to me and I will heal your land. But nobody's turning their face to God like they're supposed to. They only do it one day a year, maybe two. Sunday doesn't belong to God. Every day belongs to God. And we are here for his glory. You know why? Because we are a part of God. We're the life and breath and spark of God within us. And so when every day is glorified, God is glorified, you are glorified, you are magnified. You know why? Because of Jesus. Because the Son of God, i.e. the Son of Man, came down with the perfection of the Holy Spirit. The power is the Spirit of Christ, the Spirit of God, gives him the power. And you know what? All it takes is the faith of a mustard seed to move a mountain. When I was a child, we were driving through the Rockies, and I pointed at the mountains, and I told my mom and dad, I could move that mountain. Mom, Dad, can I have a mustard seed? And they laughed. And they're like, son, that's not what that means. Yes, it is. Because a child, out of the mouths of babes and sucklings comes the truth. And those who hurt these children, Jesus says it would be better for you to put a millstone around your neck and throw yourself into the ocean than to face what is coming for you. And what do these people do? They do it almost in an assembly line fashion. They take our children. They human traffic. They destroy our children. They drain their blood. And they do the most horrific thing they could think of, and that's feed them back to you. I'm telling you the absolute truth. If you don't think God is coming back soon, I feel sorry for you. And all this evil and the wickedness that is so pervasive in our lives, that we celebrate a Satanist going to space. I wish they would have stayed there. And there are those who support this former president who literally chose Transgender Recognition Day instead of Sunday, the Resurrection Day. And you want to argue with me and post all of this anti-whatever propaganda? No, I don't think so. God is separating the wheat from the chaff. And I might get a whole lot more views if I wasn't up here talking to you about Christ. I have one guy who was always messaging me, stop talking your Texas politics, my Texas politics. Sir, get yourself right with God. Don't come to me and tell me anything about religion, politics, or anything else until your heart is right with God and you love your neighbor like you love yourself. If your neighbor's house was on fire, would you run in there knowing that you might die? I would. Because I'm not afraid to die. There's only one reason I'm not afraid to die. You know why? Jesus, the Son of God, the Son of Man. You know what really agitates when you're doing the cleanse in your house and you say, I command you in the name of Jesus, the Son of God, and then you say, the Son of Man. That's the clincher right there. That's the clincher. That's what clinched it. Because they know that you have dominion over them because of him. I feel sorry for these other people and these other religions and these other beliefs or whatever. I'm not religious. I'm not a religious person. I am a follower of Christ, devout, 100%. I talk to Jesus every day. I talk to God every day. And I am in prayer probably 50 times a day. Do you think I'm holy? And I'm still messed up. I still screw up. I still get angry and I still cuss and I still get mad and I don't do what I'm supposed to do. And I still fail. I'm a sinner. I'm a freaking sinner. But I pray every day for my deliverance, and I pray every day for those around me to be delivered, and those that hate me to be delivered. Every day I pray to God, please forgive these people, turn them away from their wicked ways, turn them their wrath that is unfounded, turn it away from me. Find something else to do. I don't want them to find another target. I've had people say, I hope they find another target. I don't want them to target anyone. I want them to stop, leave people alone, and maybe one day we'll see each other in heaven and we can all get along. Or maybe not. But the choice is theirs, and the choice is yours. You have that choice. You have so much power, you don't even realize it. And these people that are in charge, they are absolutely in the minority. And if we all prayed and focused together, can you believe? Could you even imagine? Just think about how powerful we could be. When I see people not working together and things falling apart, I'm like, what a waste. It hurts my heart because I always think of what could be instead of what is. This story tonight was about a woman's deliverance from a vampiric entity that was destroying her and her household. They were divided. She was fighting with her son and her oldest daughter and her husband. The little girl was seeing things. And she was just horrible. I believe that God allowed that child spirit, that was a loving child spirit. She remembers it fondly. It was a sweet kid. And that child spirit was warning her. You know why I believe that? Because this is what her daughter said. Her daughter said, God told me to tell you. She said, Jesus loves your mommy. Tell your mommy to pray. That was the message that was given. And that's the truth. Jesus does love. These beings, these immortals, they call them, they came over here. I believe they came, like I said before, carrying this detestable satanic virus. And eventually we're going to get into some stuff. We're going to bring on another guy that's very versed in a lot of this. And we can talk about who the devil is, what he is, and why he is, and what this is all about. Know your adversary. Know your enemy. They have an agenda, folks. And their agendas don't all line up. They never do. Because they want energy. They want power. And they'll stab each other in the back as soon as they'll stab you. But where does this evil emanate? The devil, be it Lucifer or one of these other demons' names, it doesn't matter. The Shaitan, Hashatan, the Shadim, whichever, the Jewish, the Hebrew, the Islamic or Arabic, it doesn't matter. They are what they are, and they are not the antithesis of God, because they are just individual beings and they are not omnipotent. God is. These are not his rivals, folks. We, as the followers of Christ, have no rivals. We have haters. There's a difference. You understand? So that's it, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for letting me talk at the end of the show and talk for this last hour, whatever, about this stuff. Thank you to those who donated. We greatly appreciate it, especially you, Rita Burnett. That's a big, heavy donation that carried the night. And yeah. Matt McKinney says, am I a sinner or a saint? You're probably both, Matt. Everyone's played the hero. Everybody's played the villain. Everybody's played the savior. And everybody's played the Grim Reaper. You know? Even taking the life of a bug, you're still the Grim Reaper. The other day, I thought about that. How many bugs I've just stepped on, the June bugs. They're not hurting anything. Why not just pick it up and let it go outside? Because it was more convenient, easier just to step on it. Or a mosquito hawk. They do us a favor. They kill a vampiric insect that feeds on blood. A lot of look at mosquitoes and bed bugs, fleas and ticks, lice. Those are all vampiric, larger versions of parasites. You don't think vampires exist? They do. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Happy Easter. He is risen. The resurrection. That's what this is. And you see the power and the victory that Christ gives you. My mother saw Jesus the first time. Well, no, it would have been the second time she died. She died 3 times. The third time was the final true death. But I have no doubt that she loved Christ so much that she is there where she's supposed to be with Jesus. And he loved her. And he fought for her. The struggle between Jesus and this evil entity that was trying to take her. I told my mother, I said, Jesus doesn't have to struggle to take you back. It was up to you. Jesus was waiting on you. When she finally began to call out to Christ and, said, oh, I'm in trouble. Then it was like, whew, because Jesus, as God commanded, gives us the choice. Think about what I said. When you read John 11 and the passage where it says, look it up for me, Anthony, for a minute. And I'll leave you with this. You could find it and I'll just read it. And I'll read it to you guys. If you want to hear it, say yes. If not, I'll move on to the giveaway. Get your name in green so that you can be entered into the giveaway.
Here's the whole chapter if you want
We'll read it.
Okay.
In John 11, it says, now a certain man was sick named Lazarus of Bethany, the town of Mary and his sister Martha. He says, it was that Mary which anointed the Lord with ointment and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Lazarus was sick. Therefore his sister sent unto him, saying, Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick. When Jesus heard that, he said, the sickness is not unto death, but for the glory of God. They didn't know what he was talking about when he said that. They were like, what? Right? That the Son of God might be glorified thereby. Now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. When he had heard, therefore, that he was sick, he abode 2 days, still in the same place where he was. Then after that saith he to his disciples, let us go into Judea again. His disciples say unto him, Master, the Jews of late sought to stone thee, and goest thou thither again? Jesus answered, are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world. But if a man walk in the night, he stumbleth, because there is no light in him. These things said he, and after that he saith unto them, our friend Lazarus sleepeth, but I go, that I may awake him out of sleep. Then his disciples, Lord, if he sleep, he shall do well. Howbeit Jesus spoke of his death. But they thought that he had spoken of taking of rest in sleep, right? Then said Jesus unto them plainly, Lazarus is dead. That had to be kind of like hard for them to hear, right? And I am glad for your sakes that I was not there, to the intent ye may believe. Therefore, let us go unto him. Then said Thomas, doubting Thomas, right? Which is called Didymus, unto his fellow disciples, let us also go that we may die with him. Then when Jesus came, he found that he had lain in the grave 4 days already. Now Bethany was nigh unto Jerusalem, about 15 furlongs off. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she had heard that Jesus was coming, went out and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. Basically saying that if you'd been here, he wouldn't have died. Why did you let him die, But I know that even now, whatsoever thou wilt of God, God will give it thee. Jesus saith unto her, thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, and this is going to require, I'm having a hard time with because I need to be able to, right here. I got him, thank you. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. You remember this. This is John 25. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. Do you understand how important that passage is? That is everything right there. This is why I read the story of Lazarus every Easter. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. That gives me comfort because of the people that have passed on. I read this at my mother's funeral. She saith unto him, he says, whoever believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? And he asks her. She saith unto him, yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world. And when she when she had so said, she went her way and called Mary, her sister, secretly, saying, the Master is come and calleth for thee. As soon as she heard that, she rose quickly and came unto him. Now Jesus was not yet come into the town, but was in that place where Martha met him. The Jews then, which were with her in the house and comforted her, when they saw Mary, that she rose up hastily and went out, followed her, saying, she goeth unto the grave to weep there. Then when Mary was come where Jesus was and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping, which came with her, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled, and said, where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Do you know why that is? He was sad. If I see Anthony or Tony, or especially my wife, crying, it hurts me. Even though I know that it's not something that is the end of the world, and it doesn't mean that much to me because I can help them fix it, I still cry because they cry. It hurts me because it hurts them. Then said the Jews, behold how he loved him. And some of them said, could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind have caused that even this man should not have died? Jesus therefore, again groaning in himself, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. And Jesus said, take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. Jesus said unto her, said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldst believe, thou shouldst see the glory of God? And they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by, I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth, bound hand and foot with grave cloths, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, loose him and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen these things which Jesus did believed in him. But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things that Jesus had done. Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees counsel and said, "What do we do? For this man doeth miracles, many miracles. If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him. And the Romans will surely come and take away both our place and our nation." And one of them named, now I don't know how to say his name, if it's Caiaphas or Caiaphas, whatever, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, "You know nothing at all, nor consider that it is expedient for us that one should die for the people, one man should die for the people, that the whole nation perish not. And this spake he not of himself, but being the high priest, he prophesied that Jesus should die for that nation, and that not for that nation only, but that also he should gather together in one the children of God that were scattered abroad. Then from that day forth they took counsel together to put him to death. Jesus therefore walked no more openly among the Jews, but went thence up unto a country near to the wilderness, into a city called Ephraim, and there continued with his disciples. And Jesus' Passover was nigh at hand, and many went out of the country up to Jerusalem before the Passover to purify themselves. Then sought they for Jesus, and spake among themselves, and they stood in the temple, "What think ye, that he will not come to the feast?" Now both the priests and the Pharisees had given a commandment that if any man knew where he were, he should show them, that they may take him and take him into custody. Do you see what this is? When Jesus healed Lazarus and brought him back from the dead, that sealed his fate. He did something that no one else had done. He defeated death right there, and it was a preview of what was to come. If this was a boxing match with the devil, he had knocked the devil down. But the devil got up on a standing 8. And you know what the devil did? The devil said, "I'm going to marshal my forces against this son of man, against God's son." He's like, "And I'm going to harden these people's hearts to curse them forever." And they have, and they do, and they will. And when Jesus did the best, most miraculous thing he'd ever done, other than raising his own self, that was his death warrant. It said the Jews snuck away to go and tattletale to the Pharisees to have him killed. Nobody talks about this in church. You know why? 501, 3CPO, whatever. Bunch of cowards. You're up there preaching the word of God, but you're not preaching the word of God because you're not telling people what needs to be said. Tell the people the truth, that to follow Christ is to invite punishment upon yourself. To speak the words of Christ is to rattle the ire of these vampires, of these reptilians, of these demons, of these shapeshifters, of these werewolves, of these demons of every type, every evil spirit that walks and dwells in the dark places of the earth. You have raised the flag, and you will be a target. Tell the truth. Let the strong be strong and come out and fight and do war, a spiritual war against the forces of evil. Deliver these people like Kate that needed to be delivered. A small little woman, not even 5 foot tall, held off a demon the size of a story in a hospital. 9 feet, 10 feet tall, this thing. Vampiric in nature. Had his own little clique. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
This thing breathing down her neck, and with the faith of a mustard seed, she held it off, and Kate lived. And Jesus said, "Make your choice. Your aunt's doing battle for you in my name." And one of the most important things, and I'm saving this for last, Kate told me this. She said, Jesus said, "It's up to you." She's like, "I don't want my aunt to be hurt." She's like, "She won't be hurt." It's like Jesus cracking his knuckles. Don't worry. She'll be fine. She's fighting for you. Now it's your turn to fight for you. And the words in her heart that she heard in her mind, in her fractured and frail state in her mind, he says, do you accept me as your Lord and Savior? She says, yes. And just like that, it was over. Boom. That thing was banished and gone. He's gone. That entity is probably in not a very good place right now. But his child is still running around doing whatever he does. They always leave something behind. Our world is inundated with these people, with these beings, with these monsters. They work through people, folks. So many people don't want to hear what I have to say, folks. They are aligned against us like you wouldn't believe. There are groups that are literally specifically made to attack me. He started mess with us. He said this, he said that, and he blah, 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 blah. Baloney. Each and every one of these people made a choice to fight me for whatever reason, because somebody else said this, and another person said this, and another person said that, and so with the wiffle ball bat. It doesn't matter. Because you don't want me to speak. You want to stop my message in every way, shape, or form. And some of these people call themselves Christians, and they've aligned themselves with the worst sorcerers and demonic people you could possibly imagine. All working together to take me down. Because what I'm saying is so caustic to their demons that they can't handle it. They lie and they distort the truth. And they lie to you and they call it the truth. These are people who are of the reprobate mind, folks. Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of those people that hate me don't know anything about me. They're just foolishly, though, they're going along with a narrative that people have created. And I forgive them too. But in the end, you have to make a choice. Whose side are you on? Are you on the side of God and righteousness? Or are you on the side of the devil? And I'm not asking you to take a stand in my wars with these people. That is not your problem. And honestly, I don't care about it either. The dust, when Jesus says you knock the dust off of your feet and you move on to the next town, that's what you do. If that town tries to stone you, move on to the next town. But you know what happened to Jesus? Eventually, they got him. They got him. The Pharisees said, we have to stop this man. He rose a person from the dead. Now it's time that we execute him. And they can twist and turn and lie and say it was the Romans and it was the omens, and it doesn't matter who they say it was. We know who did it. And we know why they did it, because they were possessed of a reprobate, satanic, demonic, evil spirit, something that the preachers won't tell you. That's why I never became one, because they said when I was a child, they said, you should be a preacher. You were destined to be a preacher. And when I was in college, they're like, you should be a history teacher. You were destined to be a history teacher. Two things. Neither one of those is possible, because I can't teach history the true way that it is supposed to be taught. And I can't teach people the true way that the Bible is supposed to be taught, and the way that the followers of Christ have banded together to mislead people because it doesn't suit their narrative. You are not here to preach your narrative. You are here to preach the truth about Christ and the true word of God, the Holy Spirit, and the Son of God, i.e., the Son of Man. But you, like the Judases that you are, have taken silver from the Pharisees. The Pharisees, they still exist. They still run the world, and they gave you 20 pieces of silver, and you You took it. I don't want to be you for anything in the world. If you took me up to the mountains and you showed me all the kingdoms of the earth, I would just laugh and I would be like, I already know what my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ said. I don't want any of this. I don't need 6 houses and a jet plane and a bunch of whatever. I don't need it. All I need is Christ. Please listen to what I'm going to say, and I will let you leave. You're free to leave anyway. But every day, if you stop and you look at yourself in the mirror, you don't even have to look at yourself in the mirror. Just know who you are and envision yourself. God takes away your house. He takes away all of your vehicles. He takes away all of your money, your investments. Everything fails. Everything falls apart. Your wife or husband, whatever, leaves you. Everybody you love and care about have turned away from you. Somebody has made lies about you or something. Just however the scenario plays out, whatever, and people believe it or they turn their back on you. You walk the earth, a raggedy man or woman with no prospects. You have nothing. You have no money. You have nowhere to live. You don't even have a dog or a cat anymore. Everything is gone. Imagine that scenario. You have nothing. You walk the earth, a naked man or woman, and people, when they see you, they say that you're crazy. They throw rotten fruit and rocks at you. You're a pariah upon the earth. You lay down in leaves that are full of snakes and scorpions to sleep. Would you still praise God? Would you still be a follower of Christ? You have to answer without even thinking. You better be able to say, yes, I am. And the world will poop and pee all over you because it belongs to Satan. And they are of the synagogue of Satan. And Jesus says, your father is not my father. As they beat him to a pulp, he told them, you're not like me. Think about it. You got to test yourself. Seriously test yourself. And you better be able to visualize that, and you better be able to answer the affirmative, because then you're fine. Now imagine getting more and more and more and more higher up. The fall is so much further. Will you still praise God? Because these people that are running around with 6 houses and they're making $40 million a year to preach lies and write books about how Jesus wasn't the Messiah, to protect their overlords. These people, 100%, there is no way they're going to give up what they have. No way in heck they're going to give up what they have. They don't even pay taxes, folks. You know that? It's unbelievable. They're running a scam on us. People buy their books, and they are lies, and they turn away from the true God. They turn away from Jesus, and they set up this false God and a false narrative, and they circumvent the words of Christ, and they misdoubt what he said like he never spoke. That's what they do. And people love them. In the meantime, we're being entertained with bread and circuses, so we'll just be placated. They tell us that there's a disease that's going to kill us all, and you got to take this cure that's worse than the disease. And there's only one thing they'll give you in the hospital, and that thing kills you. If you don't think that the seals have been broken, opened up, you don't think CERN, all this stuff that's happening right now, people seeing all these things and all the things that are happening, wake up. You need to wake up. And you can't save the world, but you can save those around you if you try. Some people are more stubborn than others, and you got to keep trying. That's it. So let's pick our winners for tonight. Who do we got here? In green. If your name is in green. Yep. Christ is King says, I haven't won yet. Anybody else want to step up? So Christ is King. Let's see. Let's do the banner. There it is right there.
Sun and moon.
It says, yes, Sun and Moon says, I haven't won. So there you go. You win. Send your information down there at the bottom to the giveaways. Folks, if you don't send us your information with your shirt size and your handle so we know who you are, and then your name and your address, don't be upset when we can't send you anything because we don't know who you are. So who else wants to win? Anybody else? Let's do 3 as the Trinity.
You're green, Lisa.
Lisa Marie. So I take it, Lisa, you haven't won. Just say yes or no.
I'll take that as a
She
yes.
says me. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Send us your information and you won. Shadow, amen. I got here late. The church is compromised. I haven't won yet. Put your name in green. I can't do it because of, a couple times I gave people away stuff. Their name wasn't in green, and people in green were like, hey, it's not fair to us. So we kind of have to, we got to do, sometimes I'll do it anyway. I know I'm not supposed to, but get your name in green, like I said, so it's fair for everybody. Tomorrow night, though, we'll do it again. If you didn't win today, you can win tomorrow because I'm going to give away as much stuff as I can because I'm crazy, right? I'm up here and I'm talking about werewolves and vampires 5 days a week. I'm nuts, right? Talking about Bigfoot already is nutty enough as it is. Talking about that and then talking about Dogman and ghosts and alien abduction. I'm nuts. Everybody says I'm crazy, right? Josh Turner's lost it. Haven't you seen the Reddit? He's lost it. He's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm crazy. Crazy like a fox. Yep. I'm crazy. That's right. Where is the link to get the name in green? Do you want to explain to them?
Yeah, so you can get your name in green in 2 ways. The easiest way is if you choose, if you see right next to the subscribe button, if you are subscribed, you'll see a little bell and you'll see a join button right next to that. If you click on that on your phone, you should be able to join there. The other option is there's a $sign right next to the chat. If you click on that, you can become a member there too.
Thank you for that, Tony. And unfortunately, Tony and Anthony both had to step out and go run and do and come back. But you guys here,
Yeah, a bunch of stuff for work came up.
a bunch of stuff for work came up, and of course it did. We're trying to. I don't want to use the words preaching the word because I don't want to call it preaching, but the message was clear.
Yeah.
When Wednesday we didn't tell the story, and then Friday we didn't tell the story, and then Sunday here it is, and then at the 11th hour, if you want to call it that. Last night, and I heard the voice. I heard it say, stop. Pray for the deliverance of these people. Not just her, but everybody who's under the bondage and the affliction of these beings. She told me that when she first started becoming a Christian, she had a hard time praying. She would try to pray, and she admitted this to me. She says, I would have evil thoughts in my mind, saying God isn't real, and don't listen, and don't pray. Rebuke Jesus and all this horrible blasphemy stuff,
I think you just have to roll with those and keep praying.
Yeah, you just have to, not
keep
roll
going
with it
for
as in it's okay. But
No.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Just keep going. Keep praying. When you're walking through hell, keep walking.
Mm-hmm.
Don't stop. Don't stop. A young man messaged me. I don't want to say his name because I don't know if I have permission to, whatever, but he said something. So go and listen. We dropped a video that Nelly made. It's about the thief that was on the cross next to Jesus, and we put it on my channel and on
Random Files.
Random Files channel. What was I saying before that? I'm sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked there because I had something going on.
That's okay.
What happens when the evil tries to tell you things and you get distracted or whatever, it happens to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It does, because the evil is trying to, it's affliction. It's what it's an affliction. And it tries to tell us. No, there you go.
Thanks, Matty.
And Josh, all of you guys. Get in touch with me, Shadow, about your Dogman encounter, your Skinwalker encounter. Because what we do here at PRT, we try to go deep into it. We go hard in the paint. We don't just tell you, well, there's a Dogman story. Good luck. When I bring somebody on the show, we talk. I trade back and forth with them. I don't do interviews. I do discussions. But this is, very important. Hey, what's going on, man? This from L.A. Marzulli's team there. Happy Easter to you. He is risen. We were talking about that. The whole thing here kind of turned into a sermon. I wasn't trying to make it into a sermon, but I had to say what I had to say about the resurrection and the evil powers that run this world. Shadow says, how do I get in touch? You can get in touch with me. I'll put the banner at the bottom. So anybody that wants to paranormal experiences, send them to joshturnerprtpodcast.com. joshturnerprtpodcast.com. You can find me there. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok. Still trying to get used to that. And then Facebook, there's some fake Facebook accounts of me out there too. They're not real. YouTube accounts too. They love to try to pretend and say that I'm this and that and whatever, but I know who I am, Just look for the little fat head. At least my neck matches it, though. I'm not like Adam Schiff. Trump's over. He's got this little bitty neck and a big head. Oh, I tell you right now, Matt McKinney there. He says he saw me on L.A. Marzulli. It's fate, brother. That's why you saw me for a reason. It's meant to be. It's meant to be, because we, just like L.A. and a lot of my other colleagues, like Tony Merkel, pray for his wife. She's got cancer, because he's talking about these vampires and all that stuff. When we start talking about this and it starts to become the reality, you start to point it out. My colleagues that are doing it too. There's several people who are doing really good work in this field. They're trying to tell you what's right and what's real. And people, they're getting attacked. They're getting attacked. And it's a spiritual warfare, folks. It is absolutely a spiritual warfare. So send your experiences to joshturnerprtpodcast.com. Tell me your handle there, that it's Shadow404, whatever, so I can get your Dogman Skinwalker story. Thank you to everybody who donated. And listen, folks, we sent a bunch of stuff out. And if you haven't gotten it yet, just be patient. And if you are a Patreon member, you need to make sure the Patreon people, guys, give them the email address so that they can send it, so they can get their wonderful swag bags that are coming their way.
No, we just got a PayPal donation from Adrian Adam or Adame. It was a very significant donation. Thank you, Adam. Adrian. I'm sorry. It's very.
God bless you. Thank
very
you.
Kind of you.
Because we are working our butts off, and when it rains, it pours. The devil doesn't just attack you. What the devil does is shoots with one arrow, it becomes 12, and it tries to hit you in every way it can. And they've attacked us emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, economically, everything they could possibly do. They're trying to do it. And just, my health is feeling a little better, though. I've been prayed for a lot lately, and I could feel it. I could feel a marked difference. Please continue to pray for me, folks. Please. Because there are forces lined against us right now who are trying to do everything. My voice was going out yesterday. I was telling Anthony, and I was like, dude, what in the heck is going on? up to the time we were doing the show, and I'm sitting there going like, I'm not, you know, excuse me, but God delivered me and let me talk. I had to say what I had to say. I was going to say, no, I can't. This cannot happen. It cannot be. This is Easter Sunday. But yeah. Orem says, God bless you all. PRT and all the paratroopers from the Marzulli team. LA is currently traveling, going to delve into some caves, see what he can find. Tell him to be very careful and stay prayed up. I know he's a man of God and he will stay prayed up. My brother LA will pray. He'll do what he's got to do. Pray for the deliverance of everybody who's doing this, because we are being attacked relentlessly. There are people that you would think they should be on your side, and they're just going full tilt the other way. And it's unbelievable. But thank you to everybody who donated. Remember, tomorrow night, what is tomorrow night, guys?
Monday.
It's open lines.
Open lines. And we already have some people saying they're going to come up here and they're going to talk. They're going to do this and they're going to do that. Well, let's see what happens, because tomorrow is a big day. We got a lot of people that are ready to tell their encounters, tell their stories. I hope that they come and say what they got to say. First come, first serve, guys. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll be here. I'll try to come a little bit earlier if I can, but I got a lot to do. I got to go out to my ranch tomorrow, check on the animals, the little babies. We got some babies out there. We got to go check on them. We got to do what we got to do. God is good. God is good. He is risen. Christ is risen. All right. We'll see you guys.